Hello, hello, hello everyone. Welcome! The BOG World's 3v3 Co-op on Death tournaments. I hope you guys are exciting. I hope you guys are having a great day, a great start to your weekend, because today we're making things even more exciting. I want to say thank you to everyone stopping by so early, as we're just getting started here, as today it's going to be forts competitions. So those who are asking, what is this? This is a tournament put on by Aska, Salzwerk, and der Benzinpreisvergleicher. There's a couple notable things here. First, it is a 3v3 tournament, and it's a 3v3 tournament where the teams are all from the same nation. That means you're going to have a Russian team, Chinese team, a UK team, a USA team, Netherlands team, France team, so forth, so on. And it's going to be nation versus nation in a 3v3 format. But, more importantly, more interestingly, this is a co-op on death tournament, but it's not just co-op on death. No. This is a modified co-op on death. Specifically, when a player goes down, they are able to join their teammates in their teammates' fort. However, they cannot build things. They are restricted to only weapon usage. So that is going to make things interesting. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about started here. Unfortunately, the Spanish team had to drop out, so you'll notice here that the Austria-Hungary team has been given a bye in round 1, and the Spanish team has dropped to the losers bracket, which may or may not be able to participate later on, but we shall see. But for now, make sure to pick your favorite team. I want to hear from you guys. As things are getting set up here in the lobby, and we'll be jumping into the action in about 2 minutes or so. So if you haven't already, make sure to get your drink, grab your snacks, because things are going to get started very quickly here. Alright. Clearly supporting Team Netherlands. You have choices, you have options. Alright. And as per usual for these competitions, these tournaments, we will be doing predictions. Why are some teams in round 2 already? Oh, we were just explaining it. The Spanish team had to concede this round as one of their players has been unable to participate at the moment. So their opponents, specifically Austria-Hungary, has been given a bye for round 1. Why are there multiple German and Russians team, or is it seeing it wrong? No, not wrong. Merely that there are that many Germans. But ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races. Well, what have we got here? Make sure to get in your votes for which team you wish to see in the lead. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Aldi Sud, playing as the Architect Commander, facing off against their opponents on the right, Nord FPL, which I think is a wonderful name and makes me very happy. Need to get a VPN just to play. Oh no. But yes, as you guys may remember, there are a lot of Germans who enjoy the game Forts. So they will be a couple teams here. But it's Architect versus Spook. Fascinating. Looks like things are going smoothly. We're seeing some pretty standard type builds here. We have a core ejection. Interesting. So we have a core ejection. Chief ejects their core and now joins Demared, which is the lower player. So now Chief is only able to use weapons, which at this point is 2 snipers, soon to be 3, which is an interesting idea. Okay. Fascinating. The vision is way, but there's some desync, you say? Oh boy. Alright, I know how to fix this. One moment. Oh, hold up, wait a minute. The teams are different. Okay. Things are going differently than I expected this to go. Alright, so let me see if I can't fix this desync real quick. Give me a minute. There we go. Alright, so I can work with this here. We have snipers still going back and forth. Chaos. A beautiful buzzsaw hit. And snipers. So this is interesting. So the lower players, turns out the left side is the Russian team. So what we're going to do is we are going to make some adjustments here. We're going to disable prediction for this round because things are not okay. What a loaded pull, I know, right? There we go. That's better. So there are buzzsaws for every team involved. It is interesting. So because co-op on death permits only weapon usage, what's basically happening here is one player is doing nothing but building, and one player is doing nothing but firing. At least for the left side, the Russian team. With laser beams from the left side, this has gone... we're notably past cannon o'clock now, but only one player from in the game here has active heavy weapons available, and it's the plasma beam. Plasma beam from the Russian team. And we're going to see that fire here in a moment. There we go. Oh, massive damage. But a door snipe, and the Russian team loses it. If they had managed to merge that second shot in, we'd have seen Bomb Stander here would have been in massive trouble. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my. A question from chat, doesn't left side have one more mine spot? Or right team didn't place this perfectly. Yes. Yes, the left side sold off one of their mines. So the mine slot you're referring to is about midline of their fort, where there's two mines on the left side but only one mine on the right. That comes default in forts. Where it is misplaced, it starts misplaced. So you have to either sell it, or just accept that it will be misplaced forever. In this case, left side team did sell it, whereas the right side team did not, as we have... Oh! I will say, Bomb Stander has been doing a wonderful job of door sniping. An absolutely beautiful job of door sniping. The Russian team loses another plasma. Again. As Mega Red, the top player for the Russian team on the left-hand side, is going up to 4 cannons, already has 3 active. It's just... honestly, the Russian team has so much more economy than the international team here on the right. Ooh, Magna Beam shenanigans. Interesting. Bomb Stander built a Magna Beam and it got blasted. His cannons are flying. Oh, door snipe. Bomb Stander loses a plasma of his own. Honestly, Bomb Stander's just been in this laser duel with the Russian team. But he's at such an economic disadvantage because he's 1 fort versus the space of 2 forts. Whoa. Alright, this next volley should be brutal when the cannons start firing here in a moment. Cannon exchange back and forth. Oh, but a swing and a miss. No massive damage dealt, though a lot of cannon shells were exchanged. A nice and deep cut with the plasma. And the fire beam is taken out by another cannon shell. So this is turning into a right and proper slugfest. Heavy weapons everywhere and heavy damage is being dealt. Another door bomb standard. That's 3 door snipes already. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my. Wow, I just went clean through and took out his turbines. And the Magna Beam returns, and with it, it almost goes directly to the core. Mega Red almost losing his core to a wraparound cannon shell. Alright, all the weapons are coming off cooldown. We're about to see some explosions. Fire Beam, Magna Beam. Ooh, Energy Shield as the cannons are trading shots back and forth. The Fire Beam burns a cannon shell out of the air. Oh, a heavy hit. Hanoblat's, the middle fort for the right-hand side, loses both of their cannons to, well, just a clean blow-through. Man, that Magna Beam was very, very well done. Getting some tier 3 angles on that cannon with it. That was almost the end of Mega Red's weapons cannon stack. I'll say the energy shield placement for Bomb Stander has been perfect. Oh my god! Did you guys see that hit? Top right, player 34 just lost a cannon to a door snipe and an entire row of turbines. As the lower combined players for the Russian team are up to how many plasmas is that? 7 plasmas. 7 plasma beams. I'm sorry, there is no... That is just so much pinpoint damage. Bomb Stander cannot survive without energy shields. Energy shields are a requirement now for Bomb Stander. Just to not die. Is he just firing the lasers? Just shot after shot after shot. Whoa! A solid hit. The Magna Beam causing the cannons to hit from that odd angle. Causes a lot of deformation, but doesn't hit anything truly critical. Frankly, the Magna Beam tactic, fun as it may be, isn't doing as another door snipe. And another, just another door snipe. Oh my god. But Hanoblad is getting picked apart here. There's just too many lasers and he doesn't have enough energy shields. He's losing everything to just chain-fired laser beam. Another solid hit with the Magna Beam cannon combo. But there's just nothing to do about it. Like the Magna Beam just isn't getting the value it needs. There's no targets to hit. We have triple heavy mortar out of Pleer. There's no anti-air online, so those mortars will land, and they're causing an immediate anti-air production. But Hanoblad is out of money. His mines have been destroyed. And he's being targeted by everyone. So the player on the right-hand side, the center fort, is going to go down here momentarily. Unless his teammates can save him. Because he just doesn't have enough eco... Oh. Ooh. That cannon went deep. He took out Mega Red's technology. Alright, this has got to be it, right? Yeah, okay. Hanoblad hung on for as long as physically possible. There was nothing left but his core when he went down. Which is as good of his defense as he could possibly have done. Like, he could not possibly have done more defense because there was no more defense left. There's no more structure left. Now the question is, how do they deal with this just supreme economy of the Russian team here? Like, this is not an even fight right now, and it has not been for a very long time. I would credit the co-op-on-death strategy with the strength, but it really hasn't. It's just the Russian team immediately developed additional eco and has had it for the entire duration here. As Bombstander's energy shield is flickered during the repair process and he loses 3 mines for it. And he loses his portal nukes as well. The fire beams, I will say, the fire beams taking out Pleer's cannons, top fort's cannons, it's been very effective. But Bombstander's just barely hanging on. It's now down to a fraction of his maximum economy. And frankly, he was already behind. But there's really not a whole lot left for him to do. Now the Magna Beam from the Russian team is going to cause all those cannons to merge into the same spot. Oh, that's too much. Oh, it's over. It all collapses. Pleer goes down. All 3 players are now merged into Bombstander's base, and Bombstander doesn't have the economy to do anything. He's got a single plasma beam, and he's been doing a good job at door sniping with it, like an legendary job at door sniping with it, but it just doesn't matter. The Russian team is just building more lasers. It's just so much. The economy for the Russian team is just beyond anything that the international team here can manage. And the lasers are picking apart the base, or they're just picking things apart from the edges. They're not going straight for the kill just yet. Look at them taking out mines, taking out economy, taking out extensions and expansions. And there's still a Magna Beam here. Honestly, once the cannons from top are restructured so they can aim down, Bombstander's just gonna fold. Because the only thing keeping him alive right now are those energy shields, and when those energy shields go down for any reason, it's just going to end. Okay, yeah. The cannons just took everything out. There are no more energy shields. And he's immediately gone. And there you have it. The Russian team Dimmered wins their round and moves on. Well played. Look at this. And it collapses. It's just devastating. You'll love to see it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Next match will be the Netherlands versus Russia. I hope you guys are excited because we're setting up the next round right now. We'll be jumping into the action soon. This time, Hopefully things are a bit more smooth. Netherlands winning. Oh, you gotta get your votes in. Put your name next to theirs. You can only vote with 0 points. You know what? Fair enough. All right. Let us see. It is unusual for me right now because I am not participating in the cat herding, nor am I even in the lobby. I am broadcasting this, recasting this from one of the German casters' perspectives, thus the unusual theming here, at least unusual to me. Still would be cool to see mortars with portals win. Yeah, I mean that's a strat that we see mostly in 1v1s. It's not really a 3v3 strat. Portal mortars, like rockets, are quite frail and susceptible to defense like anti-air, so having other players around makes it difficult. Is there a delay? Yes, it's a 3-minute delay. Just not between you and I. Hello there, Mulberry Con, coming in with the tier 1 subscription for 15 months. Fort, yes. Congratulations, friend. You've regained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the Discord. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we are off to the races. Let us go. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is the Netherlands team. Felix, Toothpaste Man, and Whooper are facing off against their opponents. On the right-hand side, the Russian team, Ryabjik Russian team. Lumos, Ryabjik, and Alexander. Guys, I like all of these players. You have Felix and Whooper, long-time community members. Felix, a participant in so much of the content creation throughout the community content creation throughout the years. Toothpaste Man, well, he's literally the host for the meme tournament. And then you have Ryabjik Alexander on the right-hand side, top-end competitors in the Forts Pro League and the competitive scene generally. This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a real tough one. For my heart, I do think the Russian team here is at advantage in terms of pure skill. But my heart says, go Netherlands. Either way, the Russian team here on the right-hand side is playing as the Armadillo commander, where the Netherlands team is playing as the Hurricane commander here on the left-hand side. We do see some sniping back and forth, which is not a surprise, but no real damage is being dealt. 3 out of 4 players are leaning their forts to some ridiculous degree, looking like they've got some serious spinal problems. Toothpaste Man's got a red blinking strut just moments from snapping, his spine about to break. Everyone involved has stability tech, which will keep them A-okay for the remainder of the game. Looks like Felix is actually struggling with his stability tech here. He's doing some reconstruction, re-engineering. Oh! Oh my. We're gonna get a minigun accelerator. Not, or maybe, I think it's not an accelerator, I think it's just, it might be an accelerator actually. Is that an accelerator or just a concentratonator? A minigun concentrator. And we have more portals. That looks, it's an accelerator. Okay. We've got some wild things going on here. Looks like Rebjik's already preparing for it and has set up a return to sender around his core. Yeah, that's a minigun accelerator, just right there. Okay. You see, it needs so much energy for this. Yeah, the entirety of the Russian team is immediately mass developed return to senders. They don't want to play with this. They don't want to. They're not playing with this at all. Oh my god, and he's got a brakeless accelerator. Do it. Actually, he's got some more time before it needs to unleash. Though not much. So where is this going to go is the real question. Who's the target? Alexander's just completely and totally fully hard-walled here with return to senders, which also means that he's got negative 21 energy per second, so he's crippled. Everyone else is okay. Lumos here is down to 90 energy per second, which is not much, but is similarly functionally full defended. Rebjik is the only one here that's reasonably vulnerable to this accelerator. And he's the only one with energy production left. Alright, let's see what happens when this releases. Oh my god, it's aimed perfectly into Rebjik's accelerator. A little bit of the spread on it removes like 2 of Rebjik's turbines. But every single one of those rounds, nearly every single one of those rounds, goes right into Rebjik's return to sender and obliterates Felix's energy production. He's got to completely shut everything down. Okay. Unfortunate. So at this point, he has to reconstruct his everything. Or move on. Looks like he's reconstructing it. And he's rebuilding the miniguns and all of his energy production. But honestly, he did damage with this. Mostly self-inflicted damage, like psychological damage converted into real damage. Alexander went down to negative energy production. So he's He's not. He's been slowed down by far more than anyone else has been slowed down in this game, including but not limited to the Felix and the Netherlands teams. And the development of that many portals, really what it's done is it's given his teammates plenty of time to just do whatever they want. Whatever they want involves getting maximum eco and more weaponry. The accelerator is coming online again, and which means it's going to be charged here in a moment. But on the other side, yeah, the laser comes online. So we have one plasma from Lumos, the lowermost player from the Russian team. That's it. The Netherlands team has a cannon and double fire beam plasma. It's about to have double cannon. So honestly, this accelerator has done so much emotional damage or psychological damage, has caused such a heavy overreaction. It's not psychological damage. It has caused such a heavy overreaction from the Russian team that it's put the Netherlands team ahead, even though the accelerator itself hasn't done real damage, tangible damage, at least not directly. But now it's coming online again, so we're going to see that unleashed. As the cannons from Toothpaste Man get some hits in. Yeah. Again, the accelerator is aimed almost perfectly into Reabject's return to sender. The return to senders. The Netherlands team has been sending all of their shots, cannons, lasers, and accelerators into the return to senders. If those shots had landed somewhere that wasn't a return to sender, we'd see real damage dealt here. No, the accelerator's being sold. Okay. We tried. That accelerator, regardless of its direct damage, was 100% worth it. He's door sniping himself with his own laser off of the return to senders and energy shields. Like, this is... The Netherlands team is getting bodied by return to senders here. Well, that's all there is to it. Did he just lose that to a sniper? He did. Unfortunate. Guys, the return to senders, the accelerator is being replaced with a 20 mil accelerator. Please put one standard cannon into that, Felix. It looks like Lumos has had most of his weapons destroyed. The Russians' lowermost player has been punched pretty hard. Whereas Netherlands team's taken damage, like tangible damage, they haven't been defanged. Whooper's in trouble. Looks like he's gonna be okay this time, but that's danger. Danger, danger. Cannons from both sides getting some real damage dealt. Oh! An odd-angled laser punches through Felix's energy production as the cannons come off cooldown again. Reabject slaps Felix, and ooh, Toothpaste Man just destroys Lumos's energy production again. We're getting into the slugfest phase of the game, as there's just a heavy back and forth. But everyone's okay. The damage they're taking is fine. That was surprisingly close. Felix's defenses are penetrated there, taking no damage in the process, which I didn't expect that. We're doing the fire beam. Oh! Oh no, the door sniping. Alexander with the door snipe takes out Whooper's fire beam. Okay. So who takes the next major bit of damage? The accelerator explodes, which makes me unhappy. The amount of damage taken from that general, just direct punch is a lot. Felix is breaking under the pressure here. It's just too many cannons. Like, that's 5 cannons now hitting him in the face. Look at that. He's just full penetrated. All those cannons go in the same spot. Oh dear. At this point, the Russian team is running away with it again. Oh! And he's gone. Whooper's the first to fall. Yeah, as I was saying, the Russian team is just outscaling the Netherlands team. Like, yeah, sure, the Netherlands team had a earlier start and had a stronger start, but they're just not. They just weren't able to get the damage done. They weren't able to carry the momentum. The Russian team just tanked it and is outscaling. As Felix reconstructs his accelerator. Honestly, if he can get a brakeless accelerator going, fully charged, and hit something that isn't a return to sender, he might be okay. At least he might get some real damage dealt. But the amount of incoming firepower is just way too much, man. Like, he cannot sustain another hit like this. He has to fire the accelerator. He's not going to be able to charge it up anymore. He just has to fire it at whatever he's got. Send it. Do it. Oh. Yeah. There it goes. He unleashes the accelerator, but it was too damaged, too deformed. Shotgun blasts everywhere. And Lumos just face tanks it. And immediately, Felix is destroyed. That was beautiful. A beautiful showing. Man, that was close. There's just too much firepower here. Like, it's way too much firepower here. That's just... What are you supposed to do about this? It's... Rabjik alone has 5 cannons and a howitzer. Alexander has his massive array of plasmas. Lumos has been team tank and also has 2 more plasmas. Like, there just isn't... Whew, Lumos getting punched again, taking more damage. The last bastion of the Netherlands fort is getting perforated, but still is actually holding together. Still has all the important things. Surprisingly. That's not long. The important things are not long for this world, but... Oh my god, that howitzer is exposed. Oh, the return descender's gonna do it. Again! The return descenders, guys! The return... Oh. His own howitzer cracked open his armor. Oh no. Good god. Guys. Felix, twice you sent a fully charged accelerator into a single pair, into a single return descender. Twice! Ugh. It hurts. It hurts my soul. Aiming accelerator is hard. I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. I've done that so many times. It hurts my soul. Even, you know, the best part is, even having done that, you still did more damage than any, like, the amount of damage you dealt. I don't know if you were able to go back and see in the VOD here. Well, I know you can do it. I don't know if you've done it yet. The amount of damage you dealt, just psychological damage causing an overreaction, was absurd. Alexander, like, one of their players went down to negative 21 energy after building something like 10 portals. There's like 8 or 10 portals. It was... You did a lot of... Just the... You put the fear of God into them. And rightfully so. Just the existence of the accelerator gave your teammates a huge advantage in terms of game statement. Like, you guys had... That was very effective. It's just... unfortunate that you missed twice, and the first one was, dude, seeing you lose like 8 turbines, it's like 7 or 8 turbines to your own accelerator, that hurt so much. The Russian team at the start were all between 10 and negative 21 energy just because of the accelerator. Yes, it was ridiculous. Not only did they spend upwards of 1,000 metal per player on portals, but they ended up destroying their energy production. I'm surprised they didn't just make some angled armor. I mean, to be fair, the return descenders got all the value done for the rest of the game. Not only did it return the accelerators back from whence it came twice, but the amount of howitzers and lasers and self-door snipes and cannons that were sent through those return descenders made it so worth it. Like, it was more than a little worth it. Those return descenders were incredibly effective. Man, I wanted the accelerator. Felix, you gotta do it again in the losers bracket, in the lower bracket. And this time, aim better. I believe in you. Caster pressure, yes! Really, if I wanted him to aim better, I just have to sass him and just predict. All I have to do is just predict that he'll miss every shot and therefore wield the caster's curse. Don't tell me you're doing don't encounter it, Rufu. No, that's how it's supposed to work. Because if I tell you to do it, caster's curse means it's gonna not work, and therefore, they know it's not gonna work, and therefore they're not gonna defend against it. I say as if it's not going to be obvious you're building an accelerator. One of the most loud and impossible to hide tactics. Nuke accelerator when nukes unfortunately cannot be accelerated. Cannot be accelerated. The return to sender is basically win condition for the Russian team. Yes. Alright, next up we have Team USA versus Team France. How long is nuke lifetime? Might be fun to store them at least. Nuke lifetime is extremely long, like multiple minutes long. Honestly, even if they predict the accelerator, it's probably a good idea to have one player go accelerator. Because the accelerator can be aimed to hit any target. Every player on the other team has to build accelerator defense, which is more expensive than the accelerator itself. At least in some, when you take into account the defense requirements for all three players. Like having one player build an accelerator means that every other team, or every other player on the opposing team, means that they have to spend way more than the one accelerator player did. You think the return to sender probably did the same damage as the Russians themselves? Probably. Like the Netherlands team did not handle them well, unfortunately. Alright, we're almost going for the next round. I hope you guys are ready because the action is starting here momentarily. So it looks like the Spanish team is able to participate. So the Hungary team has been given an unbuy. But for now, we're jumping right into the action, as we're off to the next round. As here we are on the left-hand side. It is Team USA playing as the Moonshine Commander. It's Infinity Power, Backpackathon, and Nutellafish. Against their opponents on the right-hand side, it's Team France playing as the Hurricane Commander. OG, though 15 Rider, and Pile. What have we got here? What kind of wild and wacky tactics? Oh my. Looks like only one upgrade center. So the teams haven't decided. Okay, so the American team here on the left-hand side is all skipping upgrade center first. Which is not a surprise. But, oh, we do have one upgrade center for Nutellafish in the top. Whereas... oh. OG, the bottom player for the French team, is going for a minigun rush. Oh my. Will Backpackathon realize it? He's realizing something. I don't think he knows what's going on, but he knows something weird is going on. Yeah, okay. A sniper from on high, Nutellafish, taking out one of OG's minigunners. But the minigunners are just dusting the American teams. The American players. Not really doing real damage here, so much as just annoying. This is no accelerator. I'm liking the AP sniper here from Nutellafish. See what he could do with it. That got some core damage. Okay. One more shot? No. He took out all of the minigunners, which were sold off. But that core is very technically still exposed. Okay. AP sniper just getting in the way. Well, so far it seems that everyone has decided now it's time to go for heavy weapons, which is not a surprise. We see Fire Beam, Plasma Beam coming up from Pile in the top fort for the player from the French team. The middle player for the French team is going with standard cannons. Where the American teams are just kind of behind, generally. Fire Beam, Plasma follow-up. Okay, that is a huge hit. That removed Infinity Powers, every single one of his tech. That destroyed every piece of tech on Infinity Powers. Oh my lord. Infinity Power has no upgrades, no upgrade center, no tier 1 tech, no tier 2 tech. So he's just, 5 minutes behind. That's unfortunate for him. Infinity Power didn't even get an upgrade. Didn't even get his upgrades yet. Like, he still doesn't have upgraded mines and energy production. Okay. Okay. Some beautiful cannon shells from the French team. Destroying Infinity Power's mines, at least from his expansion. Yet Team USA just doesn't have weapons available to them. Like, we're 6 minutes in, and that's what, a single cannon? From Backpackathon? Whereas on the other side, the French team's got multiple players with multiple heavy weapons each. Another heavy hit. The high-angle laser penetrates pretty deep, doesn't break important things this time. Well, more cannons are being constructed. We're seeing some mortars from Infinity Power here, which is about as much aggression as he's capable of at this point, barring his technology. But yeah, the Americans are just taking hit after hit, and they don't really have the option to reply because they don't have weapons available. And now that's gonna penetrate through. Yeah, and that's 2 plasmas destroyed. Utility-fish is down to 8% on his core. That's, yeah, what do you do there? Like, it's just death. Oh, and there's a howitzer now. I was gonna go clean through. His armor's been broken. The fire beam misses, but the plasma doesn't. And Utility-fish just gets destroyed. 8 minutes, he never fires a single shot and just gets obliterated. Oh dear. There's no anti-air. The howitzer just lands completely uncontested. Good lord. The middle base for the American team is the next target, and it's taking all of the damage. As the French team's weapons are coming off cooldown, they're about to alpha strike again. The howitzer ignites, lands, knocks everything open, and is finished off by the laser beam. As more cannons overpenetrate the corpse of the fort. Well, Backpackathon has finally gone up to 3 cannons. But, what do? As there's just there's just so much more firepower. There are 3 cannons for Backpackathon. 3 cannons can break a player. However, there are also a howitzer, 3 cannons, and multiple plasmas from the French team generally. And that's a lot more than 3 cannons. Like a lot more than 3 cannons. There's just not enough metal to do things. Not enough money in Backpackathon space. Now it's your flies. Machine guns take it out. But he loses a cannon in the process. The American's down to 2 cannons left. As the French team is preparing for another volley, as their weapons come off cooldown. Now it's your flies, but there's no anti-air this time, so this is going to land, but it will land way too far back. Fire been penetrated. Cannons destroyed. The return of the minigunners. There's just nothing left here. The Americans all come crumbling down, and the French team takes it. Well played. Very well played. Look at that Magna beam. Madness. Alrighty then. Let's see what we've got next. You were kind of surprised they didn't try hitting the bottom core with the AP sniper after that first hit. Yeah, me too. But it wouldn't have been lethal. Just annoying. Still surprised though. Like, that's a wonderfully annoying thing to do. We're open to your iguanas if there's no one voting for France. The house always wins. Alright, give us a moment while we set up the next round. When's the next match starting? Very shortly, like 2-3 minutes. We are simply waiting for players to join the lobby, and then getting it started. Let us go. Five German teams. Is that true? That wouldn't surprise me. We have 1, 2, 3. There's 3 German teams. I guess the international teams do have some German on them. I've seen the map and team image. Yeah, I like that. That's well done. It's very well done. I just wish we had access to the map and players. If only, if only. You do have access to the bracket via the bracket command, but it does not include the player list, nor the map. Then again, it is simply a map of the world. I trust you can understand. I trust you can find where specific countries are given the name. Which I understand is a pretty big ask. You voted France, but you couldn't put anything on it, sadly, so your vote didn't count. You could have put something on it. It would have been a big payout, because, literally no one voted France. F indeed. Guess you know. I mean the on Twitch. YouTube loves France. You can't vote with points. You don't get iguanas in the Netherlands. Fascinating. That's saddening. Alas, this is life. And when's the next round starting? When the players are ready, which is not quite yet, unfortunately. The time between rounds is determined almost entirely by how long it takes the players to exist and follow directions and become available. But we are off to the races right now. Let's do this. And we're off. Right here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team UK. It's the Pixar team. Nemo, Dory, and Bruce on the left-hand side here are playing as the Armadillo Commander. Against their opponents on the right-hand side, it's one of the German teams, Nord FAL, Nanuki, VFM, and Countertron. Yes. Surprise! The Fish Are Friends team is from the UK. That's probably going to change the popularity a bit. And of course, on the right-hand side, the German team playing as the Architect Commander are well-known competitors in the FAL at the time, and the FPL these days. This is a matchup we have seen before, although in a 2v2 format rather than a 3v3 format. Look at it. Beautiful. Armadillo Commander shenanigans means they're looking to go for late gameplay. The German team with Architect, likely to be going Upgrade Center earlier. Unsurprisingly, we do see upgrade centers across the board from the German team. I would also expect to see upgrade centers from the UK team. Indeed we do. Simply a little bit later than the German team. Is that a buzzsaw I see? It is, it's two of them. Nemo going to get punishy. VFM here actually is vulnerable. Oh, that was close. VFM could have been eliminated there if Nemo had aimed slightly lower. Buzzsaw is now going for Nanuki, but Nanuki is defended. The AP sniper is looking for those buzzsaws. Does get them. Now plinking away at Bruce's turbines, which is a strategy I've favored recently. Just pick a target with 2 to 3 AP snipers and just constantly refire them while doing anything else. Forces the opponents to defend, because if they don't, it actually just breaks something. Like a mine or a turbine or something of the sort. Looks like the first cannon is placed by Countertron, foregoing total my eco upgrades in exchange for an earlier cannon. While there are still buzzsaws flying and snipers going back and forth, it looks like no one has committed to doing any real damage in the early game, so much as just generalized nuisance. We will be going to pretty directly to later gameplay here, which is not a surprise. Yes, it's a very slow down. As we move toward heavy weapons for everyone. Weapon-wise, we do see a fairly mixed variety. More importantly, we see a Magna Beam out of Nemo. First shots fired. We'll go to... Who's doing it first? It's Bruce! Fire Beam, Howitzer, Plasma follow-up. Countertron is almost eliminated directly. That was a lot of damage. Alright, well, they've got to start opening fire now, because if the UK team here is permitted to do that again, Countertron's unlikely to survive. Fire Beam retaliates, but it's just a Fire Beam. Oh, a beautiful interception. Okay, well that was a whole lot of nothing. Cannons destroying howitzer projectiles, fire beams destroying cannon projectiles, and a whole lot of firepower was sent and no damage taken. Howitzer flies. Alright, well, there's still a whole lot of back and forth, but reflected shots. I'm waiting to see real oh, there's some damage. Danuki gets penetrated. Battery's exploding. Contitron takes another massive hit from that howitzer shell. The cannon follow up huge damage. Contitron loses every single one of their turbines. The German team is just getting pummeled. But who will break first? The defenses are crumbling for the German team, but... Oh! The cannon round from on high. I was about to say, the defenses are crumbling, but they're still largely intact. But then the Magna Beam shell just comes in and bypasses the defenses entirely. Eliminating one core. Contitron goes down. And with it, the German team loses a core and most of the base. I'm sorry, that EMP just dodged through like 2 machine gunner volleys worth of lead. The German teams do have real weapons now. They are fighting back, and they're fighting back pretty hard. Like, look at all of those plasmas digging into Nemo's base. It's just, at this point, the UK team is starting to outscale, which is not a surprise given that the German team has lost a whole player. Mind you, this is co-op on death. So the player is able to join a fort and has joins the middle fort, which is since reconnected to the lower players' now expansion. But the co-op on death doesn't permit them to construct things. It is only weapons fire. And a door snipe. Nemo door snipes one of Germany's lasers. Howitzer flies. Magna Beam gets involved. No real benefit there. As there's plasma fire exchange back and forth. I'll say that shotgun from the Nuki has been MVP. Just knocking that howitzer out almost every time. But Dory's up to 4 plasmas. Just a lot of plasmas. So they're just firing back and forth. The defenses aren't being penetrated yet. But Dory has enough plasmas lined up that, yeah, okay. I was about to say, at 4 plasmas, you can just kind of dig through about anything you could ever want to dig through. And he does. The Nuki loses their weapons platform. It's the primary weapons platform. A swing and a miss doesn't defend the howitzer this time, and that leaves Germany's defenses cracked. The follow-up shots are painful, but not enough to penetrate all the way through. The triple cannon doesn't quite merge into the same spot. Does massive spread damage. Does widespread damage, but doesn't actually break him. Unfortunately, or should I say fortunately for the German team, they still have some money, so they are able to rebuild, but they are being whittled down, and just quite quickly at that. That's a lot of impact. That's just... Whoa, he holds, but there's more. And now Dory is penetrate. Oh, it's over penetrates but misses. Nanuki doesn't have anything in that one spot. Dory just picked a spot in Nanuki's fort and decided to just blast through. And he did. He got clean through, but there was nothing in that spot to actually break. There's just so much firepower coming online for the UK team. Like, there's no way the German team survives this much longer. Okay, yeah, there he goes. Just total dismantle. Just shattering. Just way too much Alpha Strike in one place. The question is, how long does the final fort remain? There's just a lot of damage here. There is a Magna Beam. Oh, okay. I saw the Magna Beam opening. I'm like, how much are they gonna land this shot? They did. Just a perfectly placed Magna Beam. Just drags the howitzer into the core and ends it directly. A lot of damage. Well done. I want to see this. This one, while not spectacular, was perfectly done. Look at it, just directly curved into that core from below. That's just beautiful. Alright. Very, very well done. Congratulations to the UK team. Taking it. Alrighty then, give us a moment while we set up, give us a few minutes while we set up the next round. Next round will be China versus France. How many rounds are we getting through today? Not entirely sure. I suspect another... It depends. So it depends on which teams are managed to be here. Ideally, another... Let's see, another 10-ish. What do you enjoy doing most nowadays? Casting games or playing? A little bit of both. I enjoy mixing and matching. It is good fun. Let's see what we got. The bands are done. Did that? I see. Let me fix that real quick. Thank you. Perfect stream, yes. Good. Excellent. That's what we want to see around here. More gooder stream. Perfect stream to grind while having this on this side monitor. Yes. What you got is your grind tonight. Minecraft combat grinding. You just destroying the population of enhanced zombies. Combat grinding. Combat grinding. So when you say combat grinding, do you mean like PvP practice? Do you mean like practicing some skill in particular, or is it some RPG where you're like doing damage causes you to get XP kind of deal? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team France. OG, though 15 Rider, and Pile playing as the Moonshine Commander. Against their opponents on the right-hand side, it's Team China playing as the Architect Commander. Lewis and Zeb. I've seen 7891 before, but I don't know what it actually means. The Chinese players using the Chinese commander. That's true. And the French team is using the UN commander. China has best banner, they win. You know, I agree with you on that one. Look at it. It's perfect. I like how their logo says Eco-Win on it. They know what they're about. They certainly know what they're all about. Let's see, strategy-wise, everyone's going upgrade center, which does not surprise me at all. We're seeing upgraded economies all around. I am seeing a couple snipers scattered about. It's a little bit of honesty check, but nothing exceptional. Simply more mines upgraded across the board. We do see a factory and a munitions plant placed for Team France, putting them ahead of Team China in terms of the tech race. But that does mean that's money being spent on technology and not more money, or not more eco. And now we see 2 munitions plants and a factory placed for Team China. Okay, so it'll be double cannon and 1 laser player for each team. Surprising amount of damage from the shotguns here. OG taking some real impacts. The buzzsaw is coming in and opening things up for the shotguns to then dismantle. So we are actually seeing some actual pressure here out of Team China. Like, they're not going straight heavy weapons. These are not... This is not a small amount of pressure. This is an actual heavy hit here. Rockets are flying. Yeah, OG's been set back pretty far. He's building an internal howitzer. So while he's been set back, the forwardmost player, the one that's taken the most hits here for Team France, he is still progressing, and progressing well. Anti-air is coming online for Team France, which means those rockets should be limited lifetime. However, there are still plenty of shotguns for Team China. Which does mean that the anti-air is not free. My question will be, who gets the first shot fired? It's gotta be Team France, because they're the ones that... Well, I guess Zeb does have some lasers of his own. But Team France looks like they're preparing to fire. Yeah, there's the first cannon. Shuts down, but immediately the China team fires double plasma, doing some pretty heavy damage. Pele not happy with that one. Not happy with that one at all. But two cannons from the 15 Rider should apply a lot of pressure. A beautiful energy shield. Howitzer flies. So there's two howitzers for Lewis built within Lewis's armor structure, which will make it a lot weaker, but if those two howitzers come online, then the French team is going to be in huge trouble here. I think the French team doesn't notice the howitzers like that. They've been EMP'd, they've been detected. I just don't know that the French team noticed it, or they're not prioritizing it, because OG's about to get blasted here. Oh, double howitzer. Oh, wow, he's barely alive. Oh dear. There's more. The anti-air comes online. Impact, it destroys one of the howitzer projectiles, but OG still takes a pretty heavy beating from it. It's not enough to knock him out. A Magna Beam from Pile comes online, so shenanigans can happen here. The Team China is not prepared for shenanigans, that's for sure. As here we have an opportunity to do real damage from Team France, so the weapons are coming off cooldown. What do we get? Magna Beam attempt from on high. It cuts through the armor. Zeb takes a pretty hefty chunk of damage, but nothing critical as OG takes even more pummeling. OG is not long for this world. He cannot keep taking hits like this. Absolutely cannot keep taking hits like this. Two more howitzer rounds go directly into OG's fort. Oh, and there's a follow-up cannon now, too. The cannon misses. It's probably the only reason OG is alive at this point. The French team... Both teams have a huge amount of firepower. Numbers in the rear just lost a cannon. But the amount of firepower on the China team is just breaking through the French team. I think OG's not going to survive. He needs help. He's not going to survive another volley if this isn't prevented. They're trying to help him, but both howitzers land. That's too much. Both howitzers landed. And OG goes down. And a door snipe happens. Oh! But it exchanged! A whole fort goes down. The Magna Beam brings the cannons from on high. And knocks it out. But the French cannon stack here... The door snipe happens, but it's built in a way such that the door snipe does not cause a collapse. And so now, despite the French team losing a cannon to a door snipe, there was no follow-up damage. There's no secondary explosions. They're intact. And just like that, honestly, these teams, the game state, is almost perfectly even. OG going down, hurt. But frankly, Lewis had so much DPS on the board that trading OG for Lewis evened the game state out. It went from a pretty clear advantage for Team China to about as even as it can get. As Pile exchanges laser fire with Team China, and Team China comes out on top. Pile loses all of their lasers to door snipes, while Team China only loses one. That fire beam for Team China is MVP. Oh dear. The turbine blocks, just keeping those snipers away, but oh no, the sniper snakes through anyways. More plasmas digging through. That fire beam once again burning cannon shells out of the sky. Alright chat, what we're going to do here is we're going to fix this stuttering issue. We know it's an issue. We're going to give it a quick fix here. Don't worry. We'll just pause the round and fix the stuttering issue and then get back into it. We are aware of the stuttering. It will be resolved. Give us a moment while we resolve this. One of the joys of not me being the host. It happens. Honestly, I'm just happy that I personally haven't had a whole lot of issues with ISPs recently. It's nice, you know? Alright, looks like things should be recovered here, so I'll be jumping into the action. A quick fix, nothing that need be problematic. And we're off to the races. A return to sender from Team France here. Actually doing pretty good work at keeping them alive. It doesn't look like it looks like it's not an it looks like it's an imperfect return to sender. Cut. The fire beams from the Team China have been incredibly effective and need to be broken before they could do any real damage. Before Team France could do any real damage, because it's just the fire beams are too good. Rather, in the hands of the Chinese teams, the fire beams are way too powerful. But a Magna Beam... Whoa! A Magna Beam from the China team almost breaks Pele here. Almost breaks Pele. It's close. Pele survives off of luck more than anything else. Alright, the offer strikes are coming off cooldown again. That means we're going to see some more cannons from everyone. Oh! A beautiful shot. The Magna Beam is just sending those cannon rounds up and into Pele's fort. Oh, that was a perfect shot. The Chinese team just running away with it. That's a lot of damage. All the players from Team France are now into a single fort, with little to do. Did both those cannon rounds just over-penetrate number space without doing any damage? The answer to that is yes. Just straight through the middle. Mildly related, Numbers has a hole in the middle of his fort. As, well, the final remaining French fort is being dismantled, shot by shot. It's intact for now. It still has some weapons, though not many. But the EMPs are eventually going to land on the return to sender. The return to sender has been disabled, sold off specifically. As cannon shells are slamming into the front of their fort, yeah, there's just not enough going on here, guys. It's the French team can barely get a moment to survive. They're using cannon shells as anti-air against the EMPs. I mean, the French team still has 4 cannons. That's a lot of firepower, but the amount of just map suppression the Chinese team has managed to field is kind of a lot. As cannon shell after cannon shell slams into the French fortifications. It's only a matter of time before something breaks, something fails catastrophically. There's even some mortars coming into play. The sniper doing his due diligence as anti-air. I think this round's the MVP goes to the fire beams. As much as the Magna beam was very pretty and honestly pretty crucial for both teams, the fire beam just kind of invalidated the French team. Just across the board. Like, I'm looking at the bases here. I don't even think there's a good door snipe opportunity. At least not one that would be critical. As it's just... the Chinese team is ramping up the pressure, and the French team is struggling. Like, they're being picked apart. They're out of money. It's crumbling. It's all crumbling. Oh my god, it didn't detonate. There it is. Just sheer pressure until there's nothing left. And just like that, Team China moves on, knocking the French team down to the lower bracket. Well done. Look at this shot. It's gonna wrap up from behind. He was even defended against this. Just, it went right past the defense because that's how this works. Well played. Alrighty then. Next up will be the Spanish team versus one of the international teams. I'm gonna say shout out to River coming in with the raid. Welcome in, friends. This is a best of one tournament? No, double elimination. Each team has 2 lives. You lose twice, you're knocked out. We've got the commander bands finished already, so hopefully we can get this match started quickly. Let us go. Basically a best of one. It is a best of one per match, yes. But the tournament itself is a double elimination. So each team gets 2 lives. Once you lose twice, you are eliminated. At least a team is eliminated. Does that make more sense to you? Does it answer your questions? All right. A question from earlier. The fire beam inside Numbers base. If it gets hit, the cannon above it survives. Yes. Door snipes and secondary explosions are great and all. Fire beams do not explode properly explode. They ignite things when they are door sniped. So they're not going to directly damage things nearby. They will, however, burn things nearby, which, while unpleasant and damaging generally, isn't going to break anything, at least not directly. No, a fire beam getting door sniped is not a problem, so beyond the loss of a fire beam. Except for the, rare case where there's multiple secondary explosions going around and the fire beam adds to the problem. That could be an issue, but not an issue in that situation specifically. Annoying, just not deadly, correct? Does International DAC have biggest on the team? I'm not actually sure. I don't have access to the team list here. Not easily. But it will scroll around on screen, and you can see for yourself who is on the team. You ready to rumble? Yes, very. We are almost good to go. Mr. Germany had some representation here. Hey, there are a lot of Germans in the Forts community, eh? Big shock. Could have seen that one coming. Bombständer, Hannoblatt, and Plea 34 are International DAC. So not this. Where Eaton? Presumably sleeping. You've been watching the videos and you want to play the game? Ooh, well, it's a fun game. Comes highly recommended. Available on Steam for those who wish to play it. Are there labs you can just join? For forts? Oh yes. I've played Open Fronts. I've never played Open Fronts. I am aware of Open Fronts. I know what it is. I've played similar games to it. Open Fronts is quite a popular, I would say, archetype of game. But that is a later conversation because we are jumping into the action right here and right now for the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spanish team versus the Austria-Hungary team. Let's do this. It is time. And we're off. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is the international Spanish team. George, Blaster, and Ofi are playing as this Spook Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side, an international team, Austria-Hungary. Alessio, Zaltzwerk, and Der Benzin playing as the Overdrive Commander. We have boats. Several boats. Oh my. Update from the host. Zaltzwerk is substituting for Butterdog here, which means fewer memes. Butterdog, one of the great meme lords themselves. You've never seen Icy's a high level. It isn't very popular for the competitive scene, but recently it has gotten a bit more accepted. Is the meta just planes? No, it used to be just planes, but they were nerfed like 3 times, and now planes are still very popular, but not the end-all be-all of choice. You didn't see Zaltzwerk in the playlist, and he was a substitute. He's an option for a substitute, which has been taken this time. Now, when it comes to this match in particular, first off, you may notice the game is paused. That is because one of the Spanish players, has been disconnected. They were rejoining, so brief technical difficulty. Someone's ISP is unhappy with the weekend activities. But game state-wise, things are progressing about as we would expect here. Unsurprisingly, the high seas is a bit slow because it requires a bit more expansion, at least slow to start. It requires a bit more of an expansion, a bit more of an investment into the economy to keep up with things. It generally has relative to standing forts, they generally have a higher upper bound on economy and such, but it just takes a little bit longer to get there. Progress-wise, everyone is going upgrades into heavy weapons. We're not seeing any early game aggression here. However, one of the players is building in a pattern that I would describe as meta for this map. Well, no, I guess he missed timing for the placement of the hard point, so maybe not. Maybe he's not going for that, but he might just be delaying it. For this map and similar high seas maps, it is currently meta for both of the forwardmost players to go for space laser. I'm not seeing a space laser build from any player here, which is weird to me, given it is so overwhelmingly meta to have space lasers. But that is a choice made. You see anti-air defenses. It's a lot of cannons. The Spanish team is just going all cannons. Whereas the Austrian team, Austria-Hungary team, does appear that they will be going delayed space laser for the front, with deck guns and aircraft as a backup, which is a bit more meta for the high seas. Just typically the space laser, the orbital laser is rushed out as opposed to being this eventually thing. And if you're going to do the eventually space laser, you want to be building the ammunition first so that you can burst fire the space laser. Why would you delay a rush? What's the use for it? Well, at that point, it's not a rush. Like, you're not rushing it out. If you're not rushing it out, it's not a rush. You're just hitting them with the space laser, which is still good. It just tends to not be as effective. That said, no one here is rushing out weapons of any kind. We do have cannons eventually. We do have cannons at a reasonable time for the Spanish team. Swinging a hit. The cannons start sending. Oh, he's actually doing this first. Okay. That's a big hit, too. Takes out all of his energy production, most of his technology, and several of his mines. Or propellers, I should say. That's very well done. The Spanish team didn't have anti-air for that, which doesn't surprise me, given the context here. Okay. He's actually firing the deck guns at level 1, which is unusual, but I like to see it. Now we're going to see an upgrade for each of those deck guns. Now, it is worth noting that mass cannons is a very powerful strategy on boat forts. It's a very powerful strategy generally, but this is not an exception for on boat forts. Boats are particularly good at building cannon stacks. And particularly good at having enough economy to wield said cannon stacks. A question from Chad. The percentage in blue and red above the team names, what does that mean? That is the commander ability. Each commander has an active ability, that a team-wide bonus that can be applied to all the players of the team. This is the importance of the commander choice. For example, hold up, does this land? It does. Oh, that's going to do a lot of damage. Is that lethal? Oh, it's lethal! And there's the space laser. Immediately obliterating George. Spanish player just knocked clean out as here comes another airstrike. Oh, that's going to be another lethal. A perfect snipe. A perfect airstrike directly to his core. Mr. Ophi goes down. Has another airstrike. Good hit. Knocks out the energy production. And a cannon. Pain. You'd love to see it. So this is the point where we start asking the question, like, what can the Spanish team do to recover from this? And the answer is, I don't know. As we have shotguns to get rid of anti-air. The space laser's almost ready to fire again. We have another airstrike inbound. Solid aim, decent hit, a lot of damage. Alright. It's a little bit frozen. Ooh. Okay. Oh, here come the deck guns. They're maximum level. Things are about to get real destructive here. Massive damage. Alright, well, the Spanish team is out of weapons, out of defenses, out of everything. They are sitting like a duck in the water, waiting to be blasted out of the game by Austria, Hungary, and this is what that looks like. You can do it. One orbital laser. He's not ready to fire the orbital laser. He's got another minute or so before he can do that. Deck guns, however, very effective. An airstrike is available. The deck guns clear up. There's an airstrike. Will that be well aimed? That's looking good. Oh, huge hit. As the deck gun finishes it up. Very, very well played. That did a lot of that. That was very well done. Spanish team loses a life, gets knocked down to the lower bracket. as Austria-Hungary moves on. Well done. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to grab a snack, grab a drink, now is your opportunity as we're getting set up for the next round. Yes. Beautiful. I like the boats. It's nice to see. Alright, next up will be Germany versus Russia. Hold up. Let me cancel that. There we go. 1 second. Because there's no easy time to do that. Don't want to time limit it just yet. Jump the gun. Give us a minute while we set up the next round. Might take a spoiler alert, might take a couple minutes. The cat herding. It begins again. So how are you guys doing, chat? How much will the new Forts DLC cost? I haven't the foggiest idea. I imagine similar prices to the previous ones. Chilling out after a long week? Understandable. Hello there, Ephemeral. How you doing? Welcome in. Didn't know a new DLC was coming. What's it about? We have the name of the DLC. The name of the DLC is the Firebird DLC. We don't have more information than that. And even if we did, I wouldn't spoil things. Stream says, it does say thing on it. Why am I being told that it's mega red here? Unfortunate. Air forts? I would personally enjoy air forts, although I must say, from my experience with flying forts generally, most people don't like flying forts on grounds that it is a mechanically complex concept, and people don't like the idea of playing, having to look up, generally. Which is, unfortunate. But ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the next round. Got blasted by it. Got destroyed by an orbital laser. Yes. Welcome to orbital lasers. They are very effective and fun, all at the same time. But here we have in this round, on the left-hand side, it is Team Germany, Nord FPL flavored. Mars, Julian, and Nils. Oh, Julian and Nils here. Are playing as the Seep Commander. Oh my! We might get some Rocket Rush action this time around. They're facing off against their opponents, Team Russia, Dimmer Red, Mega Red, Chief, and Dim Red. They're playing as the Overdrive Commander. Will there be one more core ejection this round? Maybe. Core ejection seems to not be the premium. Seem to not be the premium tactic. But I think we are actually seeing a core ejection from Chief here. He's going with the core ejection build. May actually be seeing another core ejection as well from Mars. Yes, we are seeing core ejection from Chief. So Team Russia is coalescing, at least 2 players. There we go. Team Germany also coalescing, 2 players. Both top forts and middle forts for the teams have been conjoined. Because this is a co-op-on-death competition, when the forts are joined together, well, both players can participate. However, this is a modified variant of co-op-on-death, where the defeated player can only control weapons, which is kind of important, kind of big. That's a big deal. I'm still somewhat surprised we haven't seen rockets out of Germany team here. But we are seeing swarm missiles. We're also seeing miniguns and fire beams. Okay. Miss sniping. Looks like an even trade on the snipers between Germany and Russia. Miniguns getting involved, taking out some turbines. Oof. Germany losing both miniguns to the snipers. Wow, the Russian snipers just took out everything on the German side of the line. Swarm missiles fly. The swarm missiles did actually break through the defenses there. Fire beam touches the core. Oh, that does it. Target eliminated. The Russian team's defenses are broken, and a follow-up shot actually just eliminates Mega Red's core. It was a relatively clean destruction, so much of Mega Red's base survived that. He was able to reclaim the eco and such. But man, that's pretty tough. The Russian bases are all coalesced, and now honestly, they're being disconnected. The Russian team is failing to keep up with the construction. Like, they don't have enough weapons, and they're being picked apart here. The coalescence isn't doing it for them. There's just not enough APM going around. They've got resources to spare, but they haven't been able to keep up. It's just too much. They are re-expanding and getting back into the swing of things. It's taking them time, and that time they're taking is letting the German team get further ahead. It is worth noting, however, that the Russian team does have triple plasma in production, 2 of which are finishing up right now. And that kind of firepower can do a lot of damage, especially if it's all focused into a single spot. But every time the Germans fire, they're doing some damage, real damage. And the Russians just aren't able to keep up with it. Like, more mines destroyed. We haven't even seen nuclear launch from Germany yet. The swarm missiles are just hunting mines. Hunting extremities, generally. Three more mines destroyed. That's so much damage. That's just... The Russian team is being picked apart, dismantled. Shot by shot. Some proper defeat in detail kind of stuff. Wow, all 3 swarms were fired simultaneously, were clustered up, and completely shut down by the Russian anti-air. The Russian anti-air has finally come online. Not online enough as the swarm missiles break through once again. But now the nukes are in production. Triple plasma comes online for Team Russia, breaks through Germany's defense in the upper fort. No significant damage, but a scary sight to see nonetheless. see where this next volley comes from. Ooh, that's a hefty repair bill. Massive chunk of armor removed, and more mines destroyed. And turbines destroyed. The sheer damage dealt, the sheer volume of mass shifted, caused the entirety of the Russian base to jolt about and recoil, causing internal crunching and breaking of some core ingredients, such as turbines. The Russians are making up enough energy to fire all 3 plasmas simultaneously. And that's exactly what they're going to do here, sending all 3 into the same spot. Does penetrate the heavy cluster of armor in that position, but there's nothing behind that armor to break. It was just a distraction. As the swarm missiles are hunting for turbines and other innards, here come the nukes. Oh yeah. Oh, that's over. Oh, that's super over. The final tick of damage goes to the sniper, but there was so much firepower. Did you guys see what that nuke did to the base? It just totally ripped it apart. Completely removed everything. As here we get the fire beam just straight out burning the core and cooking it off. Look at it. Yeah, detonated the battery, taking the core with it. Beautiful. And then right at the end here, just the rampant damage from the nuke. Oh yeah, it's gonna... The double nuke just destroying the foundations, or at least destroying enough supporting structure, load-bearing struts, to cause it to all rip apart. Wow. I'm genuinely surprised the core didn't go with it. Look at all the little projectiles. Machine gunners, minigunners, snipers flying all at the same time, looking... They smell blood in the water and they want it. Well done. German team takes it this time. Alright, next up we have the international Spanish team versus the Netherlands. Felix, you know what to do. Did the German team just agree to be bullied by the UK so they could kick out a Russian team? I don't think so. The UK team, yeah, they're actually really good. Like, they're toppest tier players at this point. I know they have a reputation of being new to the scene, and they are relatively new to the scene, but they've gotten good very quickly. And that's one of the things that I think made them very popular. Like, when we first started talking about them, the commentary wasn't that they were bad players, it's that they know what to do, they just don't have the game sense to actually do it quickly. Recognize what's going on before it's too late. Like, they knew all the strats, they had them practiced, they just didn't have the physical finger training to make it happen quickly. And it didn't take them long to get that kind of experience, and now they're just kind of trouncing over people. Which is about how I expected that to go. Like, the UK team was just They're just genuinely good. In like all the best ways. In all the ways we love. As we have Raven Brower coming in with the surprise. Oh Lord have mercy. Alright, let me hit it with this. We got it. We gotta do this. Oh, is it not registered yet? It's not registered yet, oh no. As we have Raven Brower coming in with the Orbital Strike, dropping the 50, the absolute megaton of orbital support all over chat. Thank you for taking that top spot for most support drop this stream. Miss love in chat for Raven here, keeping things going. We'll cycle back on that when it registers. If it registers at this point. UK team has the knowledge, just not the experience, which they gained very quickly. Well, they had the knowledge like day one. They did their homework. Like it was very obvious they did their homework. It's just once they got the experience, which they got through the Force Pro League, then it's just kind of trouncing over people. Spain wins this? Well, we shall see. It is Spain versus Netherlands. Coming up at like 2 minutes from now, hopefully. The commander bans have already been done, and the players are in the lobby, so hopefully we get this started here within the next minute or so. Raven is beautiful. So much support dropped. You'll love to see it. Streamlabs still hasn't recognized it. I think there's something going on in Streamlabs. It's recognized some of it, but not all of it. Like we've missed a few things, unfortunately. They just haven't appeared. Not available. Technical difficulties. I'm so sad. It's beautiful. I love the orbital strike blurb. But thank you once again, Raven. Surprise indeed. Very surprised. Was not expecting. Was not expecting at all. It's much appreciated. The kind of thing that keeps us going around here. I know you guys love your forts. Amusingly, you think it's kind of the opposite for you. You get a bit of experience, but no build order knowledge whatsoever. You know, that's most players who play forts. Like, I have 600 hours on forts, and I don't know how to do a cannon rush. It's like, well, could have seen that coming. You and everyone else. They have in-depth knowledge as to how to build a Mogus, which is classic. It happens every time, without fail. Alright, let's do this. You have neither knowledge nor experience because you don't have forts? Yes. You are indeed very good at Moga rushing. Yeah, I know. Learning how to build a Mogus is very important. You know, to each their own. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the action. So let's do this. Team Spanish versus Team Netherlands. What have we got here? On the left-hand side, it is Team Spanish. George, Ophi, and Blaster are playing as the Moonshine Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side, it is Team Netherlands. Playing as the Pinchmas Commander. Okay, fascinating. Felix, Toothpaste, and Whooper. Alright. So my whole goal here is to see if Felix is going for another accelerator. This is my purpose in life. I already hear portals being placed, which makes me happy. It will indeed be an accelerator of the minigun variety. Now, how will the Spanish team react to this? He's accelerator builds ready. He does. My concern is that Felix has 2 mines and nothing else. So this is not a standard accelerator. This is I'm going to get an accelerator as fast as physically possible before you guys even recognize what's going on here. And it's already charging. Guys. He's already getting this thing. Yep, there it is. Okay. This is a base that will die to a single buzzsaw, but there is no buzzsaw technology available to the Spanish players. No one has placed buzzsaw technology. So there's no buzzsaw here and no buzzsaw option, which means Felix is free to do this, and he's just gonna blast someone. As the Spanish team is getting set up with a return to sender, I swear. Felix, if you send this directly into the return to sender again, he sends it directly. He's gonna send it directly into the return to sender. It's ready to fire. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's Hey, at least it wasn't a perfect return to sender this time. You know, it just kind of didn't do any damage. Which is fine. It's just, I'm sad. He's gonna recharge it. He's gonna recharge it. It's charging now. You can do it. I have faith in you. Alright, where's the new target gonna be? Looks like it's going to the upper player. Hopefully it hits the bottom section. Oh, and the EMP. Well, you know, you can't say that he's bad at aiming for cores. It's just the core was the only place on that fort he could hit that was, you know, immune to the miniguns. Just like anywhere else. It's okay. He's gonna have another opportunity here. And there's not a lot of places. There's still plenty of places. I should say there's still plenty of places he can hit, which will do critical damage. I just want to see him hit it. Like, this is... He's had such a perfect opportunity. The second shot reeked of skill issue. The first shot... I'm sorry. The second shot was just that one felt more like bad luck. The first shot felt more like skill issue. Like it's painful, you know? It's painful to watch. The EMP, however, has been extremely effective. The complete shutdown of Felix's energy production means that he can't activate the accelerator. Unfortunately, we're coming up on cannon o'clock, which means Felix has very limited time to defend himself before he just gets detonated by whatever projectile, the first projectile that comes to his direction. At least there's some anti-air on the board now. That'll keep him, you know, alive from the EMP, which isn't being aimed at him. Cannons sent. Is he transitioning out of the accelerator into cannons now? I can't tell if he's disabled the accelerator or not. I mean, like, permanently. Decommissioned is the word. It's clearly disabled, but I don't know if it's decommissioned. So far, Team Netherlands has advantage across the board in terms of economy and weapons. However, the Spanish team is starting to get weaponry of their own. Fire beam, plasma. Cuts deep, but doesn't break things. Oh! Devastating. Plasma detonates. Yeah, I hate to see it. Doing some core damage as well. Knocking Mr. Ophi down to 51%. There's just there's just a lot of heavy weapons for Team Netherlands, though. And they're going to 3 cannons, double fire beam, plasma beam. Against the Spanish teams, just not. They just don't have that to compare. Oh, a beautiful shot. Just up and over the armor. The cannon's shut down. The Spanish team has been all but entirely defanged here. Momentum has just stayed in the Netherlands' favor, and it's continuing to go their direction. Oh wait, hold up. Is he vulnerable to this? He's just vulnerable to direct fire beam, plasma beam. He goes down. Blaster didn't have enough defenses against him. And it collapses his weapons platform onto his teammate below him. That's just the worst case scenario. And it crumbles. The double kill. As the Spanish team gets bullied. Only one player remains. Collateral damage. Yes! Yeah, I hate to see it. So the last remaining player, now the combined power of all the players in the Spanish team, does have double fire beam, plasma beam, does have energy production, can do some work here. Unfortunately, that work is going to be cut short under an incredibly dense volume fire, and also completely shut down by a single energy shield. Unfortunate. Okay. Triple howitzer. Triple howitzer in production right now. From Toothpaste Man. I doubt this round goes long enough for a quadruple howitzer now to come online. But it is under production. Under construction. 0 damage accelerator is still the funniest this match. Felix, I know, man. So many failed accelerators. How could you do this to us? Teasing us with such glory? Good lord. Well played. Team Netherlands wins it. After cleanup. You fielded heavy weapons before them. You did. Just like in the first showing, you did indeed field heavy weapons before them. Although this time, the psychological effect wasn't as great. Look at that. I can't believe the weapons just bounced that far before detonating. Like they just slid, like they dropped down all the way in the back and then slid forward to detonate on this, and just crumbling the foundations. Yeah, versus the Russian team, versus the Russian team, you guys actually caused them to do an egregious overreaction, like to the point where they almost like soft-locked themselves. These guys didn't. They didn't have nearly as much of an overreaction, but like it was still effective in the sense that it caused them to build enough things that the rest of the team got a serious advantage. Which still makes it worthwhile. It just... You missed! You're at 100% miss rate for all of the accelerators. It hurts my soul because it was so cleanly executed. Such a tight spread, such perfectly aimed directly at their cores, which was the only place you couldn't have done any damage with it. Oh my god. The first return to sender sending those every shot wild. The second hit just deflected harmlessly off of an energy shield. You were 10 seconds late. Ah. Well, I would think after those return to senders came up, that time difference would have gotten their bottom base. It would have, actually. I would have thought once you saw the return to senders come online that you'd have redirected that first shot. Just like aim it slightly down or something. But the second shot was just painful. Like that one, you did your best to aim for where it was weak, and it just wasn't. It just didn't hit. That first shot, that few seconds time delay was enough. Unfortunate. These two aimed at the cores twice and hit there. You did land your shots where you wanted to. These weren't good shots to hit. Yes. I was just surprised you aimed at the core the first time, because the return to sender was already online. The second time, it's a little hard to aim. Comes with the understanding of, even if you were aiming for the spot below the core, that the chances of it hitting the core anyways was pretty high. The first one, you were hyper zoomed in on your release portal. You thought you heard their linking portal sounds just after yours, so you wanted it ASAP. Okay, you didn't realize the return to sender was already online. Okay, makes sense. Tunnel vision. Alright, next up we have Austria-Hungary versus Team Russia. Didn't he test fire to check before the first fire? No. The good news is, you guys won, so you can do it again in the next round. As ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races. Isn't it beautiful? As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Russia. Lumos, Ryabjik, and Alexander playing as the Architect Commander. They're facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in this mirror match. It's Team Austria-Hungary. Alessio, Butterdog, and Derbensing are playing as the Architect Commander. I will say this, Felix. The strategy you went for with that one, with the hyper rush, the pinch fist hyper rush, that one gave me a little bit of anxiety. You were so lucky that no one built buzzsaw technology. That's all I gotta say. Like, I was looking at that like, oh my god, oh no. If only, if only. So things are kicking off here in what is a kind of expected pace. We do see upgrade centers all about, with tier 1 tech alongside them. The Architect Commander is known for being a rather slow commander, because its benefit gives it very tech switchy capabilities. And because of that, because of the tech switch capabilities, it can just kind of seed early game pressure. Like, it needn't do anything insane. It can say, hey, if you want to have early map control, you can. I will just catch up later on with tech switching capabilities. And that's how that works. So we're expecting to see some pretty heavy ecos in a slow march toward the late game. Because we can. Because they can. Without serious consequence. You have your birthday today? Already. Happy birthday to you, I am fake, and good luck out there. Here come the buzzsaws. Who's getting honesty checked? The answer? No one. Alessio looks like he might have been vulnerable there for a moment, but he held on pretty well. Oh, we have an ejection from Lumos. So we are seeing some co-op on death strats. Believe everyone is safe from the menace that is the buzzsaw. Oh! Massive damage. Lumos's base gets punished hard. It comes crumbling down. That's a pretty heavy hit. Pretty heavy hit, actually. Well worth it, but nothing he can't recover from. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Nobody's safe from us, the buzzsaw. It is always a threat. Alright, so we're after a little bit of drama, it does look like we are going to be successfully heading toward the heavy weapons part of the game. We have howitzers, plasma beams, fire beams for Austria-Hungary, some cannons for the Russian team. It's cannons across the board, although they do have access to laser technology. So far, it is only cannons being placed. Can the third player now still do stuff? Yes, the co-op on death is partially enabled. The player can do things, but those things are limited explicitly to weapons. They cannot construct, they cannot upgrade, they cannot repair, they can't do anything except fire weapons. So it sucks to be eliminated. However, you can still participate to some degree. So that's, you know, pretty good. We have seen it be successful. Such a great idea to fix co-op on death. That is explicitly the reason why we're doing this competition. To see what it feels like to have co-op on death partially enabled. And see if it's okay. Because as it stands in the Forts Pro League, the season before last when it was enabled, was very unpopular because the co-op on death strats are just too good. Just too strong. But now honestly, this feels a lot nicer. At least in terms of game state. Because we've seen co-op on death strats here fail by virtue of not having enough APM. Like, there's a much more calculated risk. You expect much more sniper dueling? Yes, that has absolutely been a problem. Alright, it's 7 minutes. No one's fired any real weapons. But the real weapons are coming online here momentarily. Firepower-wise, Austria-Hungary does have more. We'll see if that makes the difference here, because the Alpha Strikes are going to decide who gets momentum in this match. Who does more damage? Who's gonna fire first at that? Both teams are opening up to fire here. As as there's double howitzer. Oh my god. Alright, one of the howitzers is shot down. One of them impacts. We have some nasty cannon fire exchanged. So far... Oh, armor cracked. Russian team loses armor, weapons exposed but not punished. As we have more shots exchanged back and forth. But so far, most of the hits have been deflected, and what hasn't been deflected has been tanked without critical. But two more cannon well, one of them gets taken. Both howitzer shells defended as a third one flies through. And is reasonably defended. Okay. Fascinating. As the cannons fly, damage is dealt, but nothing broken. This is turning into a proper slugfest, which is about how I would have expected this to go based solely on the commander choice. This is the situation where both of these commanders want to be. Everyone knows this, and they're taking advantage of it. Oh my. Impact, damage dealt. I will say the shotguns from both teams at this point have been very effective. Oh, but a howitzer lands, the cannon follow-up? Is that didn't do enough damage. The howitzer was defeated at the last second. But the lasers are cutting deep, though there's nothing there to hit. It's just back and forth cannon fire. Alessio, the top fort for the Austria-Hungary team, has gone up to 4 howitzers, and I think he wants to build a 5th. But let's see if he manages to defeat these. Oh, they missed the anti-air. 2 howitzers hit. Oh, oh, that's so much damage. Oh, it's just over. Massive damage. Russia is down to 1 core. Due to the sacrifice of Russia's cores, like they sacrificed one of their cores, they just don't have more cores remaining. As that big one, that connected one fell, and now there's just nothing left. At the remnants of the core falling on top of the final player, there's no energy production. They're trying to reconnect to salvage what's left, but everything is on fire. And the German teams, rather the Austria-Hungary team, not German, is just pummeling the connection. It all burns. There's nothing left to recover. I mean, there's a section way up top, but the chances the Russian team is able to reach that point, it's just, that's not a thing. It's so much damage. The howitzers are breaking him. The Russians still do have weapons, but they don't have energy production to fire those weapons. Like, they'll get one shot every now and again, but they're being absolutely perforated here. The missiles are landing as here. Okay, that's 4 howitzer shells. That's it. Like this just ends it, right? Just directly. Yeah. Okay. Off the back of 5 howitzers, Team Austria-Hungary just cleans up. Five howitzers is just ridiculous. Look at this. The Russian team actually misses about half of their anti-air here. If they had managed to hit, like that shot, for example, if they had hit that howitzer shell, this would not have ended. But they missed twice. and the damage was irrecoverable. It's so much. It's so much damage. Alrighty then. Well played. Austria-Hungary takes it this time. As we move on to the next round. All right. We're setting up for the next round. Looks like Germany versus UK coming up next. UK team is the Pixar team. Great fun. I thought you made back the iguanas you lost in Germany's lost before. Oh no. It's okay, there's more iguanas to go around. Now you can vote on Germany again. And against UK again, yes. Will you support the Germans or the Britons? Actually, I'm not sure if they're British. I'm not sure. Are they British or are they UK? I mean, obviously they're UK, but I don't know if they're specifically British. I genuinely don't know the answer. I heard it on a rumor that they are British, specifically, but that's a rumor. I shouldn't spread rumors. So I haven't the foggiest idea. As Phoenix says, I heard fire! Yes, you may fire when ready. Everything is always on fire. Thank you, Phoenix, coming in with the support. You'll love to see it. T is a WMD. Good. Very good. Alright, the commander bands are completed. We're almost set up for the next round. Almost. Forge team logos or something else, you love them. I love how memeable, how accepting of memes that the community is, and how they're willing to just go sideways with things. It makes me happy. I'm going to take this opportunity to stand up and stretch. He's just so good. They're fun since they clearly aren't taking him so seriously. Exactly. That's what makes it hilarious. At the end of the day, we're here for fun. Like, I understand that most of these Forge competitions have real money associated with them. Like, actual prizes. Usually ranging in a couple hundreds, like several hundreds of dollars. Sometimes, you know, upwards of 1,000, but... at the end of the day, we are here for fun. And that's what really matters. Alright, this tournament's experimenting with a new co-op-on-death strategy, so... or new co-op-on-death mechanic, so... And we are experiencing some technical difficulties. A little bit of internet connectivity issues with some of the players, so it will be a mild delay here. The match is made, everything's set up, it's just the players are having some mild difficulties, so we'll be giving them a few more minutes. Question from chat, what are the new co-op-on-death mechanics? What changed with the old co-op-on-death mechanics? We're using a custom mod which prevents players who have been destroyed from building or selecting things or repairing or doing anything other than firing weapons. So once you are deleted, you can join a teammate's base, but you can only control their weapons, meaning you can't really contribute your APM across the board. You can't do things like upgrades, you can't repair, you can't build, you can't defend. All you can do is fire weapons. That's it. It dramatically, as we've seen already, it has seriously impacted the team's ability to maintain and control a massive fort. One of the big issues with the co-op-on-death beforehand was that the forts just got too big. They were too efficient and too effective. So every time it turned into everyone is just doing co-op-on-death strats, purposefully ejecting their cores, because the side effects, the consequences of self-destructing is just less than the benefit of amalgamating. With this, you don't get as much benefit for ejecting your core, because you just can't control everything. You can't repair everything, you can't defend everything. So it has had notable impact. Whether or not it will be big enough, good enough for the players to accept it regularly, we'll see. But for now, we're just going for it. Everything is always on fire, coming in from Shadow Darter. Please do not feed the internet service pigeons, as they are getting lazy and causing lag. Yeah, we know that feel. Thank you, Shadow Darter, coming in with the support. The internet service pigeons. And it looks like the issues are being resolved here in a moment. One more resets. We should be going in about 2.5 minutes now. 3 minutes now. Is moving around the core to more defensive positions, too APM intensive to do in tournaments? The simple answer to that question is yes. There's more to it than that. Guess we do have a minute here to explain. There are a couple consequences for moving the core. Moving the core away, like to a more rearward position, does actually prevent you from building things in the rearward position. Let's say if you want to build rear wind turbines, well, now you have a core in the way, and that prevents rear wind turbines from working properly. You can get around this by doing certain build orders where you overlap, say, technology with your core. But it isn't an easy thing to do. Not only that, but it does cost more than just time and APM. It actually does delay your build because you aren't connected to your build. It destroys your economy for a while because you have no... what is it called? You have no storage. So anything above 0 minerals gets deleted. It resets your economy and therefore has an actual real value cost. And you are undefended for a notable amount of time during it. And you still have to rebuild upwards. As much as you can move the core, you still have to spend the money on rebuilding where the core was, which has an extra cost to it. Additionally, if you move the core, you're now vulnerable to collapsing, or at least to detonating projectiles, or detonating drops. Let's say if one of your cannons from your cannon stack drops on the floor, instead of you surviving, you're just instantly dead. I mean, a cannon drop can be game-ending anyways, but depending on what drops, where it drops, you could survive and continue on. If you swing your core, there is no surviving, period. So like, yes, you become incredibly difficult to break, but one door snipe can just be the end. And that's how that works. So like, it really isn't a cut and dry choice. Generally speaking, most players have come to the conclusion that it isn't worth it. Like, you can do it, it does work, it is competitive, but it doesn't have a high win rate. The general loss of momentum early game leads to spiral later on, and if it doesn't spiral, the chance for a door snipe ending it just becomes an issue. But, I mean, at least you don't have to worry about being directly broken into. But it looks like we are good to go, and we're off to the races. Team Germany here on the left-hand side, playing as the Architect Commander. That's Taichu, Hopser, and Klau. Are facing off against their opponents. On the right-hand side, it is Team United Kingdom, Dory, Nemo, and Bruce. They're playing against the Armadillo Commander. Alrighty. We got this. We're off after some brief delays. This sniping. Now, both of these commanders benefit slow gameplay with a heavy late game and high economy focus. So I'm expecting to get slow gameplay with high economy and heavy weapon focus. Now, we have seen it before where the teams will occasionally go for some early game switch up just to catch their opponents off guard. We'll see if that makes an appearance here. We do see a buzzsaw on the board. Not a lot of vulnerable targets. Well, Nemo looks a bit vulnerable to it. You're expecting 20 howitzers. Honestly, that is just an option. That's a thing that can happen. But you knew that already. My question is, where does this buzzsaw go? It's going for the wind turbines, takes one of them off of Bruce. Immediately worthwhile then that buzzsaw pays for itself. Some honesty checks from the German team, but there's nothing really to damage here. Oh. AP Sniper doing AP Sniper things. We have upgrades for everyone. Starting to get mixed in. Heavy weapon tech is being placed and is under construction. The exception for Taichu, who has foregone upgrades entirely in exchange for earlier heavy weapons. Now, Taichu, that's the middle player on the German team's left-hand side here, already has a plasma beam halfway completed. My question is, will he put down a fire beam, or is he saving for a second plasma? It's a fire beam. Okay, so he's gonna have fire beam, plasma beam at about 5.5 minutes here, which could do some real damage if the UK team is not prepared for this. We do see the first howitzer placed, or Hopser, the German team. Whereas the UK team is going for fire beams spam, multiple fire beams, and then also a cannon. Fire beam, oh, that's beautiful. The plasma beam fires first, takes out Bruce's cannon. But the fire beams are available for Nemo, and they're engaging on Hopser's howitzers, which are still under construction. Those will need to be hard-walled and defended. If the fire beams are permitted to damage them again, they will simply explode, as they cannot be repaired while under construction. So we have some real weapons coming online. The UK team doesn't look fully defended here. Oh, Bruce is taking a hoe. Yeah, Bruce just got blasted. The howitzer hit, and then the fire beam, plasma beam follow-up knocked him out. I think he was pretty well defended against most things, but not enough. Not nearly enough for this. The fire beam's doing a good job here. Just adding some damage to the board. But there are just a lot of howitzers on the board right now. Solid hit onto the top fort. Are we gonna get a follow-up hit here? Looks like the answer is no. He's free to repair. But double howitzer. Follow-up cannon shell and laser. Whoa. The UK central base has taken some pretty heavy hits here. That's ooh, and a laser from below. Okay. Oh, that one howitzer is enough to do it. Just breaks the foundations and it comes crumbling down. There's only one player left remaining, and he certainly does not have the firepower. There are 3 howitzers trained on him with fire beam, plasma beam, and multiple cannons. That's gonna be a frankly untenable amount of firepower hitting all at once. This was not close. This has been very one-sided. Shotgun's trying. He's doing an alright job, but that was almost the end right there. It's coming crumbling down. Oh, the EMP just knocked out both shotguns. Those howitzers are gonna come almost clean and uncontested. There's still a couple lasers which could be used, but they were used. But man. Alright, what's the next selfish track gonna look like here? Fire beam, plasma, burns deep, touches an energy shield. Both howitzers are shut down. All howitzers are shut down here. Okay. They're hanging on, and they have a plasma. If they can get a door snipe on the howitzers, this match just about completely turns around. Oh my god, they got a door snipe on the howitzers. All of his mines are gone. Hopster has 0 mines and no weapons. A beautiful shot. Oh my god. That's just so much damage right now. Alright, come on, finish off. He's rebuilding the mines. If you could hit it again, that'll soft lock Hopster for the foreseeable future. Like, that's the kind of point where Hopster just ejects his core and joins in with the teammate. Oh, but the UK's defenses are breached. Oh, and it all comes crumbling down. No door snipe needed. Just clean, well, not so clean brute force punch straight to the armor. Breaks it all. United Kingdom has no weapons remaining. That was almost a comeback. So close. So very close. And now they're aiming directly for the core. And they are punching so deep. Kind of surprised he didn't take any damage there yet. This ought to do it, right? He's got nothing left. Oh, death by buzzsaw. And that does it. And with that, Team Germany wins this round. That was brutal. It started clean with Team Germany just blasting the UK out of the game, but then the UK struck back, and it was bad. It was almost a comeback. Oh, look at that, man. Just fell apart. Yeah. That's some good work right there. Hard fought, but Team Germany wins it. Well played. They may not have won. They definitely scared Germany on the way out. Yes. That's a good way to put it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We're setting up for the next round. Netherlands versus France. The commander bands are already done. The match is made. We're just waiting on the players, and then we will jump into the action. Go Netherlands, go. I mean, I know who I'm voting for, who I'm rooting for. Whether they're going to win or not has nothing to do with why I'm rooting for them. Yes. At least censor the word French. It's triggering. Why are you like this? Alright. Looks like things are going quickly here. We should be jumping into the action here in a minute. Cat herding, success. That was a good round. The UK team gets knocked into the lower bracket, where they will soon fight against the DOC team, international DOC team. I'm looking forward to this one. The Netherlands team, okay. Felix has got to land the hit. Like, I understand the existence of the accelerator is alone enough to make it worthwhile in terms of actual game state effectiveness. I just need to see him land a shot, man. He's fired it so many times, and every single time has been a complete miss. You gotta land one shot, please. It is just that hard to aim. It is really just that hard to aim. I believe in Felix. I want to believe. I gotta believe. The team is not playing, allowed to watch the stream. Yeah, I don't see why not. Like, there's no rule against it. All right, and we're off, ladies and gentlemen. Team Netherlands versus Team France. Let's do this. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Netherlands. Felix, Toothpaste, and Hooper playing as the Armadillo commander. Against their opponents, on the right-hand side, it is Team France. OG, Though 15 Rider, and Pile are playing as the Architect commander. Felix is in the accelerator position. He just lost his sniper in the sniper role. There's no rule against it. Well, no, it is fairly. This is not a new thing. Like, players have been allowed for a long time. We've had most of the players here in chat chatting with us during the entire thing. This is not a surprise. Big shock. It is only the players who are currently competing that are not allowed to watch. And we have a hefty delay on the stream to mitigate against that. The upgrades are coming through. More eco. No accelerator rush this time? Not a rush, no. At least, well, I don't want to say this isn't a rush. This looks like a rush. But it is not a greedy pinch fist, sell everything and leave your core exposed level of rush like the last time. Another 500 missed accelerator shots. Something like that, yes. We already see return descenders and energy shields online for the team. Felix is getting bullied here by the snipers. This is unfortunate for Felix. I think he's just giving up on the sniper. He's like, you know what? The French team is just going to be plinking away at me constantly with AP snipers, and I can't do anything about it, and that's just how it's going to be. And that's it. Now, it is worth noting that while everyone's core is going to be defended against accelerators, the French team is still going to be vulnerable to the accelerator, as long as it's not the core that's being aimed at. So we shall see how this turns out this time. We have a couple minigunners coming up. It's going to be minigunner on minigunner violence. There is minigunner in play. Interesting. It appears that Felix has placed a heavy weapons tech and is not going accelerator first. This might have been bait. It looks like he built part of his build for it. Like he's obviously built. He's expended substantial amounts of money on partial construction, but hasn't. Whoa, beautiful, beautiful counterplay, taking out both minigunners. He partially constructed the accelerator, but then didn't, and instead developed heavy weapons tech. So maybe, maybe we are going to see some strangeness here. Looks like he's building. He looks like he is currently building an accelerator, and he's upgrading the miniguns. It is going to be a minigun accelerator, but after heavy weapons tech. Okay. Interesting choice. These are armor-piercing minigunners. Oh, Oh no. Oh no. And OG is defending against this with slanted armor. Oh no. Oh, okay, guys, this is going to be a wild one. There's an EMP coming across. Felix catches it, but Alright, brakeless accelerator coming online. Now, the French team should recognize this as an AP minigun accelerator if they haven't already seen it. But it is long past cannon o'clock. Oh, and there goes Felix's turbines, which means the accelerator cannot fire anymore. He's going to have to shut down those portals until he can get his energy production back online. Felix is playing real fast and loose here with his defenses. He's got a cannon under construction that's just undefended. At least against heavy weapons. He's reactivating the minigunners. Which means the accelerator will be online here shortly. Did he just shoot himself? He just shot himself with a minigunner. But it has been revealed that these are AP minigunners. At least obviously revealed. Felix lost a couple turbines here, which will reset his ability to actually form this. And he loses the sniper duel again. Oh dear. Can he get the shot? He can do it. Portals coming up. Exit portals coming up. Felix no longer has energy production. It's all been targeted and destroyed. Portals online. And send it! It's a slow trickle. It's a slow trickle. Oh my god. It didn't quite do it. That was so close. That was so very close to perfection. But the slow trickle meant that Team France had the ability to repair in between, and it spread just enough to prevent... Oh my god, the damage output. It spread just enough to prevent anything from breaking. I don't think you guys understand how close that was. That cannon had about 2% HP remaining. The worst part about it, those AP minigunners, their rounds were sent into the wooden structure, like clean past through the first base, in the perfect angle where they could be caught by sandbags. And man, the lack of energy there meant that he couldn't even do a full volley. He had to just send it. It's just, they're so afraid of the accelerator that they've been pummeling him. Alright, looks like we're having some technical difficulties again. Hooper had a mild disconnect, internet connectivity hiccup. At least it wasn't reflected back at him. Yeah, at least it wasn't reflected back at him. It did damage. He did hit. He hit. He did, in fact, hit his target. But otherwise, across the board, things are escalating. Predictably. Phone me. Oh, we have a double disconnect now. Uh-oh. Now Felix has got to probably switch up that minigun accelerator to a 20 mil accelerator. He in fact hit at the 10th shot. Yes. I was still waiting on Hooper to return. This isn't Forts Pro League? Correct, but it is Forts Pro League players. Man, that was so close. The slow trickle accelerator really isn't a bad thing, especially in this case where it's like a perfectly precise, tight clump. It's just that it wasn't a perfectly precise, tight clump, and it was though it was very close to being. Very, very close to being. And more importantly, that clump went through all background bracing, which could just be simply replaced with simply filled with sandbags, which just tanked hits forever. Alright, all players have returned. And we're back. Let's do it. So board state-wise, the teams are actually pretty close. We have quad cannons for each of the rearward players for each team. The top fort for each team is going laser beams, although the French team is ahead in that regard. And for the bottom players, we have an accelerator versus double cannon. One of these is more effective than the other in terms of actual damage dealt, although the accelerator is far, far more scary. Felix has been getting pounded to Kingdom Come here. Oh, that's Magna Beam. Oh, and there's so many cannons. Oh, just slicing through. Oh! 5 cannon shells later, Magna beamed around, and Felix goes down. No more accelerator shenaniganery for you. Magna beam. Very effective. At this point, it's looking like the Netherlands team is at a serious disadvantage now. Firepower and... Okay, they survive it. They're just cleaving bits off. Oh, more internet connectivity issues. Uh-oh. So the Netherlands team isn't out of it yet. They still have weapons. They still have a lot of weapons. They are at a pretty notable disadvantage. They have an economic disadvantage by virtue of, well, having fewer bases. They have weapon disadvantage in terms of amount of weapons on the board right now. The lead just goes to to France generally. The forwardmost player for the French team is developing a howitzer, and generally more weaponry. Okay. Hooper has returned, I believe, so we will be starting it in a few seconds here. Unpause at now. Beautiful. The thing is, damage-wise, the French team is just unscathed. Netherlands team, their players have been battered. They don't have much ablative armor or extra armor plating around. They have no build-up, no crustiness, no hardening. It's just enough to survive a hit, but not much more beyond that. Oh, the howitzer shell makes it cross. Oh dear. Whooper has been penetrated. Defense is exposed. Internals not destroyed. Oh boy, the howitzer hit the weak spot again on Whooper's base. As here comes many more cannons. It's not enough to penetrate. They're just ramping up the damage output. Whooper's just vulnerable right now. He doesn't have the money to fix it. Oh, he does have enough money to fix it. It doesn't matter. He's been crunched. One fort remains. It's decently armored, but there's not enough armor to defend against the sheer magnitude of firepower they're facing. And it's well armed with plenty of damage output, which could do some real work if it's permitted to actually get some hits in. This is a big ask. It's going to have to get a lot of hits in. Realistically, a door snipe is the only answer here. But if there was a follow-up to that howitzer, we could see some real finishing power here. I just don't see it. Like, the armor's cracked. This is gonna... Okay, yeah, that's surely it, right? Yeah, that's all coming crumbling down. An extremely satisfying collapse. As the French team wins it, eliminating the Netherlands team outright. Lower bracket, cleansed. Well played. Man. Felix, that accelerator, it was so close to greatness. I don't know if you saw in the VOD yet, it was hitting the bottom of a cannon, and that cannon went down to about like 5% HP. One projectile shy. Just one projectile shy from destroying player. It's you did damage this time, yes. The aim was almost perfect. Almost. I'm proud of you. Honestly, I have been convinced, while that build order looks mechanically challenging, it also looks competitively viable. Especially in a larger setting like 3v3, where the response to defending the accelerator is in and of itself enough to make the accelerator worthwhile. Like in a 1v1, I could reasonably defend against that kind of accelerator play without it slowing me down more than it slows down the accelerator player. But in a 3v3, one player going accelerator requiring that, which then forces such an extreme investment for everyone else, is massive. Like truly massive. Alrighty, next up we have Germany versus Russia. Let's see what goes this time. Given how other players focus fire the accelerator, I would think it would be equally viable to make it look like you were doing that while building defense to free your teammates. No, if you present yourself as too hard a target, then they just won't focus fire. At least not normally. Part of the reason why the accelerator gets focused is because it's necessarily a vulnerable target. Accelerators are so expensive that you can't build defenses. Not in a serious sense. Which is one of the reasons why he keeps getting targeted and kind of failing about it. Because, oh hey, I've built an accelerator. Oh no, there goes all of my energy production again. Because I can't defend it. Because I built an accelerator. But that's last round. This round, we're on to Team Russia, Dimmered, versus Team Germany, Nord FAL. Where here we have on the left-hand side Team Russia, Chief, Dimmered, and Megared, playing as the Architect Commander in this mirror match. On the right-hand side, Team Germany is playing also as the Architect Commander, Contutron, VFM, and Nanuki. Curious to see how this one's gonna go. Question from chat. You wonder if it's possible to build an accelerator that can take shots from the enemy. Yes, it is possible to build a projectile capture system that captures projectiles fired upon you and shove it into your accelerator. There was a design a while back that was, I don't want to say popular, but well known, used a couple times, where the exit portal was also an extra input portal. So if you fired into the opponent's exit portal, it would just add the projectile to the accelerator. But the accelerator could still fire out of the exit portal. Which was funny. The reason it didn't take off is because it needs like an additional 4 portals to make it happen. Which is just prohibitively expensive. Looks like we are going to have some core ejection strats. VFM is ejecting right now. That was close. And he's gone. And on the left side, Chief also ejecting right now. So we do have co-op on death strats going on. Question from chat, are concentrate knitters viable competitively? I'm going to say yeah. I want to say yes. I think they've been untested or not sufficiently explored to truly answer that question. The times we have seen them, they have not performed well. But I also think that they were done poorly in the times that we have seen them. Or at least they were executed poorly. I think it would have to be in a... not a 1v1 situation. There should be a punishment for ejecting. There is a punishment for ejecting. You no longer get to build or repair or upgrade or play the game. All you can do is control weapons of your teammates. Which, as we've noticed, is a notable punishment. Is it enough of a punishment? We shall see. The core also gives income? Yes, it gives quite notable income. It's about 1 mine and 2 to 3 turbines worth of income. Which is, you know, substantial. And storage, and also storage, yes. Wow, those shotguns from Germany just blasting Russia's economy. Looks like Germany winning the sniper duel. But the first of the heavy weapons are coming online now. Russia is going to be first with their laser. Will they fire first is the real question. They're going to have two lasers active. First one fires. Second comes online. Fires same location, but isn't enough to penetrate. They need more laser beam than that. Team Germany going up with the howitzers. Team Russia now has 4 plasmas, which honestly can penetrate, if they all focus fire in the same spot, can penetrate anywhere in Germany's base. It's a lot of fog, which means it's howitzer time. Double howitzer makes it across, plasma beam goes down, Russia's down to 3 plasmas. Almost plasma time. Trying to send those into the same spot, they don't quite make it. Another commander ability active means another plasma comes up instantaneously. As the Russian team is just pumping out plasmas, left, right, top, and bottom. Honestly, there are enough plasmas on board right now that the German teams are in great danger. Then again, the German teams have 3 howitzers and a 20 mil, so good luck with that. There's something to be said about having enough energy production to just vomit lasers like this. Realistically, he needs more energy production. As here we go again. I'm just concerned. Concerned isn't the right word. I'm expecting the Russian team to just send 4 or 5 plasma beams directly into one spot and just break. Oh, Germany just took a massive hit. An exposed and greedily placed cannon gets sniped off by a plasma. Secondary explosion dealing core damage. Deep penetrator shot. Russian team loses some eco. Some energy production specifically. This has really turned into a slugfest. They're clearing the anti-air, which means it's howitzer time. first shot fired. They are really pining for that door snipe. Let's see what we got next. It's cutting pretty deep. Howitzer flies. But is there no follow-up? There is, but it's just not enough. The howitzers aren't cleaving deep enough. We don't see that every day. The German team is 100% using those smoke launchers as anti-laser defense. Off we go. The slugfest is back and forth. It's just high octane back and forth. You like how there's just a whole other 1v1 going on bottom they're not paying attention to. I mean, it's the same exact 1v1 that's going up on top, just less. I mean, also the bottom players aren't really doing damage aside from Contratron, who just burned out a fire beam. Rather, his own fire beam burned itself out. Ooh, Contratron actually just losing a plasma. Oh, we're suffering something here. Nanuki timing out. Oh dear. Internet connectivity issues galore. Alright, and we're back. No one has managed to hit each other's eco or deal critical damage. Contratron, however, is starting to break here under the pressure from Mega Red. The duel from the lower players is trending toward Russian favor. The German team is slowly falling apart there. But we have the armor cracked. Oh man, the howitzers cracked open the armor, but it wasn't enough punch through. It wasn't enough follow-up to actually break through the Russian mega base. But it was close. It was very close. But the 1v1 from bottom has been firmly won by the Russian team. It's the back and the forth continues. Contratron has been sliced in half. He's got little left, but dying slowly at this point. He's not out of it yet. He still has his eco. He still has his defenses. He's just got not much left to reply. As the Russian team seems to be... The Russian mega base seems to be slowly falling apart here under the whittling pressure of the sheer magnitude of cannons slammed against them. The howitzers are a bit too spread. They don't punch through the same location. They're just chewing away the outer layers of Russia's mega fort. As hit after hit, the EMPs come online for the Russian lower team, the Russian lower fort. They're about to get... Contratron's about to get absolutely fried here. He has enough ablative armor to tank it, but he cannot keep taking hits like that. Oh! The lower fort manages to get into Germany's backline. The mega fort just takes incredible damage here, losing all of his most of his batteries, and even more core damage dealt. Germany down to 17% on their upper core. It's Russia with a sneaky flank, doing incredible damage here. Germany's now going to have to slow down their offensive power to recover from that one. Solid howitzer hit, but there's no longer enough energy production from the German team to rapid fire those howitzers. All those plasmas from the Russian lower player doing a lot of work. They're just doing a lot of work. This is an absolute slugfest. As Contretron, the lower Russian fort has left Contretron alone after defanging him, letting him kind of recover here. I'll keep the Germans in the game. More lasers from below. The Russians just have so many lasers, guys. It's just so many lasers. Oof. It just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. Every time someone fires, something breaks somewhere, and it gets replaced almost immediately. The Russian mega base loses 2 more plasmas, while another one is under reconstruction. Germans fire their howitzers again. Cuts pretty deep, but doesn't break things. And it all comes crumbling down. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russians have done it. The German megafort has collapsed, and with it, their hope of victory. It's lost. Much of its eco has survived, but it's lost all the weapons, meaning the German team has no real firepower to fight back. And while they are fighting back, I don't see a world in which they manage to keep this alive for much longer. That was beautiful. All right. How does this end? Is the real question. Oof. It's just being picked apart constantly. Absolute just devastation. I'm waiting for the Germans to fire back. Yeah, that did some good damage. But, I mean, what do? Exposed weapons, there's not much left for the Germans to do except explode. And they just lost their last weapon. If only, if only. And looks like they're hitting the concede button. So it all comes down to... And Team Russia wins it. Well played. God, I want to see that final hit again. The one that took down the German mega base. Brutal. Alrighty then. Next up, we have Team Russia versus USA. This one's gonna be a good one. I think Russia wins this one, if I were to make a prediction. The match is made. We need only get the players into the lobby and get it going. And get it started. That should be nothing but nukes. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna take this opportunity to stand up, stretch. Yes. Let's do this. So how are you guys liking this one so far? Absolute mega base grind fest. Beautiful. Hello there, Travis. Welcome in. Just say welcome back. You loving the latest Tanya's videos? Yes, me too. I'm genuinely enjoying it. Your team's profile picture is so peak. Honestly, according to chat, I think the USA profile picture takes it for best team logo. And there are some pretty good competitors out there. Yeah, there's some good competition. This tournament sucks. How am I supposed to cook dinner with this much tournament? What you do is you put it on your phone. And you put your phone in the kitchen. Or, you know, you put it on the TV or something. Commence the 3v3 Special Force Operation, yes. Alright. And then you put your phone in the microwave. No, no. Rabjik versus USA logo. Our fight shall be legendary. Yes. Forge is not a mobile friendly experience. Yeah, not really. Wi-Fi is sketchy by the grill, but that's what you put. Oh, you got a grill for the. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that sounds tasty. Let's do this. Alright, the players are ready, the match is made. Let's jump into the action. Enjoying forts on the big flat screen the way the founding fathers invented? Yes. Good! Do it. I'm actually kind of sad the Spanish team got eliminated so quickly. They have a whole tournament coming up a couple weeks from now. And we're off to the action. Team Russia versus Team USA. You root for whichever team makes the dumbest cheese strats work? Yes. Good. On dark shoals, high seas. You'll love to see it. And we're off. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Russia, playing as the Overdrive commander. It's Alexander, Lumos, and Rabjik, facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red forts, red boats. It's Team USA. Your Telefish, Backpackathon, and Infinity Power are playing as the Hurricane commander. Let's see how this goes. Neither commander has special affinity for any of the major archetypes. We'll see who plays more meta and who plays differently. We do see an upgrade center for the entirety of the US Team USA and of Team Russia. We also see an armory for 2 players for Team Russia. Now, this is notable because Team Russia is playing as the overdrive commander. The armory is not a requirement for progression in terms of the tech tree. Therefore, the armory is a purposeful decision, which means they want something from the low tier techs. Which is, it's probably a hard point, something for orbital lasers or deck guns. You love this game. You have a 781 to 1 record in sandbox mode. Oh no! Oh, we seem to have some kind of technical difficulty. Give us a moment here. Let's see. Okay. Right. And we're off. That's funny. Oh, is that done? I'm not in control of this, so I cannot give a real answer. I can give off a speculation. Infinity Power does have a history of... I'm going to use the word disrespectful behaviors. While I'm convinced that it comes from a state of jest, it is often not taken that way. So, I personally have no qualms about removing a risk factor from general content. What nation is eaten? USA. But yeah, we've got some serious high seas strats going here. Look at these deck guns just like merged on top of each other. A slanted deck gun from the forwardmost position with Team Russia, and standard cannons coming in from high and behind. Whereas we have very similar strategy for Team USA. Orbital laser from the forwardmost position, deck guns in the second position. Although it is aircraft in third position. I will say this, it is my opinion that the Warthog, as far as aircraft are concerned, is like strictly non-viable. So I'm curious what it's going to be. How that's going to work out. We've seen the Nighthawks. The Nighthawks work pretty well. Warthogs feel impotent on a good day. Oh! But the orbital laser is shut down. Gotta look out for that. Yeah, against good players, you can't just blind fire the orbital. You have to actually bait the shotgun or something. Here comes the aircraft. Imagine if the orbital laser player waited until the aircraft launched to fire the orbital. A swing and a miss. Massive damage. The double cannons from on high. Packathon just didn't have enough armor. Like that wasn't Like, that wasn't a door snipe. He just didn't have armor defending against the cannons. It just went clean through. Triple cannon. Stacking some damage. $20 mils. Honestly, I don't see Team USA pulling through this. What? He disabled the return descender as it was being impacted. He takes a hit on his aircraft. Secondary explosions, it's so much damage. But will this orbital make it through? Yes. Oh, that's gonna do a lot of work. Oh, and he lives, but he's completely sliced in half. Oh, and they're not finishing him off with the... They're not finishing him off with the airstrike. Oh no. Oh, but that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. But it's not going to be critical damage. Like, it's going to set him back a fair bit, but he could recover that pretty quickly. It didn't break his eco. It broke his... It's a hefty repair bill. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my. And orbital laser shot down by shotgun again. Just firing the orbital laser raw is not working. You've got to do something about it. Alright. Oh, here comes another wave of aircraft. And... oh, this is even more damage. It actually takes out all of the energy production this time. And heavily breaks the technology. It's not enough. Oh, that is a lot of cannons just burned out of the sky. Very, very well done with that fire beam this time. Alright. Oh! What happened there? His armor was breached for the first shot. But there had to have been some serious secondary explosions to make that all the way back to the core. Okay. Well, Team USA loses their first player. Nutellafish goes down. 2 players remain, neither of which have real weapons. That's going to leave Team Russia... Honestly, Team Russia doesn't have a lot of threats against them right now. Like, there's no real pressure against them. The aircraft will kind of sort of be pressure when they fire. They're firing right now, but the damage they can deal is pretty trivial. case in point. Yeah, I mean, it breaks a few smokestacks, and that's it. All the while, there are standard cannons just sinking round after round into the forts. And here come the deck guns again. Is that a tier 3? That's a portal tier 3. Not even a standard tier 3? Jeez. Tier 3s in high seas are actually just really strong. Like, not even not exaggerating, not even a joke. They're actually just very strong. They are not a meme weapon, they are a real weapon. A real weapon that just almost eliminated Ryabjik directly with a snipe to his core. Another round of aircraft. They are well aimed, or at least as well aimed as they're going to get. The tier 3 whiffs again. Not enough damage for the aircraft to do anything meaningful. And really not much anti-air left for Team Russia. I think they come to the realization that they just don't need that much anti-air because the aircraft aren't doing anything anyways. At this point, Team USA is banking on that tier 3 on getting some kind of game-ending hit here, which theoretically possible. It's just that's asking a lot for a tier 3 or a single cannon shell. Especially because Team Russia is at least mostly prepared for it. So, the American return to sender is working well. So there are a few places in the Russian team that are still vulnerable to the tier 3. The tier 3s are just missing every time at this point. They're just not landing their shots. Also, that return to sender is not as clean as I thought it was. At least the forward-most players return to sender. Another round. Oh, we have a disconnect. Unfortunate. More internet connectivity issues. Tier 3 has to be hard to aim in high seas at the rocking. So, depends on the tier 3. Portal tier 3s, yes. Standard tier 3s, no. You know, this screenshot here looks like there's not enough defense. This could do real damage. It does. Player eliminated. Lumos goes down. That is actually really bad for the Russian team. Really bad for the Russian team. Lumos was a hefty chunk of their burst DPS. And hey, the tier 3 lands a hit. Takes out a smokestack. Once again, Infinity shuts down his portal, his return to sender, as it's being used. But man, Rabjik's cannon stack here is just... it's a lot, is what it is. Oh, and the howitzers finally come online. And it hits. Doesn't do as that much damage, actually. Tier 3s are still missing constantly. Russian EMP brings down the American return to senders. Those tier 3s look much better aimed. Hit, still miss. Here comes another wave of aircraft. There is anti-air this time. And the fire beams will cause the aircraft to crash. It actually breaks the frontal armor on the cannon stack, on the Russian cannon stack, but it isn't enough to end it. I suspect if a single more of those warthogs were ignited, the Russian cannon stack would have been broken. So many cannons. And... oh, the EMP passes through without detonating. The American return to sender shut down, and here comes the cannon fire. That fire beam not helping anything, and now exploded. The second American player is on the cusp of defeat here. He's hanging on, but only by a thread. The tier 3s go out. Solid hit. Swing and a miss. But the amount of sheer firepower coming from that rear cannon stack is more than any fort can handle, boat or otherwise. And here comes another volley of aircraft flying around. But there's enough anti-air to shut them down. There's a Nighthawk on the board. Oh, it's blasted. There's just so much anti-air now. All of the aircraft are completely shut down. Howitzer flies, but nothing dies. It's just so much cannon, so much firepower. Oh dear. There are now exposed weapons on the Russians' front, which is not a surprise to me, given the Americans have been shut down to the point where they are unable to do anything. The tier 3s are still active, but there's now tier 3 defenses, anti-tier 3 weaponry. The tier 3s are still misaimed. The tier 3s have been misaimed since the Russian player was destroyed, and that hasn't been fixed yet. So like all these tier 3 rounds are just not hitting their targets. Or any target for that matter. There are multiple T3 defenses now. There are multiple T3, like anti-T3 setups. And the T3s are still missing when they get through. Oh, here comes a volley of cannons. It's gonna be destructive, very destructive. Oh. Observer crashed. And players crashed. Alright, some kind of major hiccup. Question from chat, how is the Nighthawk different? Compared to the Warthog, the Nighthawk is very penetrative. It sends a single projectile deep before exploding, as opposed to the Warthog, which sends multiple projectiles just kind of scattered around. Alright, and what? We have another request for pause. Oh dear, we may have to have all the players quit and rejoin. It looks like everyone's rejoining. Let's see if that recovers it. Alright, and we're off. Team USA has a nasty habit of shutting down the return to senders while they are actively returning things to sender. Oof. There's just so the cannon rounds. Those aren't 20 mil rounds. Those are full-size cannon rounds, just constantly slamming into the American fronts. Constantly. Okay. Well, Team USA is building up another wave of aircraft, trying to keep their anti-air online, and the Russians are just pummeling them with cannons. They're just constantly pummeling them with cannons. The aircraft again. They're not completely shut down. Oh, but he misses with the Nighthawk. Swing and a whiff. That could have done real damage. That was the Americans' chance to come back here. Now the Russians are going to hit them with more cannons, and it's going to do a lot of damage. Oh my god. So many cannon shells. Well, I mean, if the Americans can survive another, 4 minutes of cannon shells, then they could do things. But the tier 3s have been destroyed. So those aren't active anymore. Oh, they're taking hits at the core. Honestly, the Americans survived that because the Russians missed, not because they defended that. Oof. I would like to see the tier 3s back online, but I don't know if they have the APM or the energy to do that anymore. They've frankly taken way too many hits at this point. Yeah, the forwardmost American player is perforated and no longer has the defensive capabilities to hold the line. He's just kind of waiting to be ended. Oh, a massive volley of Russian cannons is sent into the abyss off the back of a oh, he gets a hit and it's well aimed. It's only one Nighthawk bomb, so it will do good damage but will not break things. And there's no follow-up here. Question is, will the forwardmost American players survive the next volley of cannons? Did a good job of Team Tank so far, but nope, that's it. Now every single cannon round is going to go into the final remaining fort, the American fort. The boats, they're getting touched by cannons, and a lot of cannons. How did they handle this one? Comes another howitzer. Oh, and it bypasses the return to senders by just hitting from above. We need more Nighthawks for the Americans. Oh, here comes another wave of aircraft. Actually getting some good hits in here. Oh, it's exposed, but there's no follow-up. All he's got is a sniper. And the sniper gets taken out. So the Russian team isn't going to be punished. They're trying to use machine gunners to take out the exposed cannons. The Russian forts doesn't have the money to repair it just yet. He's trying, but it's going. There's just nothing left on the American side to actually deal damage. The Russian forts will survive. That was close. Alas, so far away. There's no way those aircraft are ready to go again. Yeah, no. There's just not enough volume to get through. Well, the magna beam goes down again. We have more internet connectivity issues. But they return. We do in fact have a tier 3 howitzer out of the Russian team. Alright. Now, tier 3 howitzer is quite a bit stronger than the standard cannon tier 3s in terms of damage dealt. And one of the major reasons for that is that the howitzers are perfectly precise tools, and therefore will hit the same spot every time. Mind you, it is a portal howitzer, so the portal will be, it will add a fairly substantial variance to what would otherwise be a perfectly aimed howitzer. Looks like they sell off that howitzer. Interesting, okay. I'm going to go direct fire with it, perhaps? Nighthawk? Oh. The Russians are investing in strike craft, aircraft of their own. Oh my. Here comes another aircraft wave out of the Americans. And there are just so many shotguns. Oh! But they're going back. That's just... guys. Guys. You missed the boat! The amount of chances the Americans have had to deal damage. And they just missed. It's miss after miss. My poor soul. Please. Well, at least there's a lot of sniping happening. I just want to point out that there's 6 Russian shotguns there, waiting to take out the American aircraft. Huh. They destroyed the howitzer projectile at the last possible second. Oh, here come the strike crafts. You do it? Nighthawk here? He lands it! Oh, and it goes deep! Oh! Oh! Oh my god. That was a lot of damage. Okay. That was as much damage as could possibly have been made. The howitzer? I don't think you guys understand just how crazy that was. The howitzer fell into the water. Now, typically, there's no consequence to this. The howitzer just sinks to the ground. There is. If you have the perfect angle with enough weight, it is possible to crunch things against the water. You know, water isn't exactly solid, but it's also not perfectly permeable. There's some resistance when you push through the water. If you are heavy enough, and you hit at the wrongest angle, that water can crunch and actually destroy some structure. If that structure just so happens to be the foundation of a howitzer, then the howitzer will detonate on contact with the water. That is exactly what happened. Not only did that happen, but it happened when the howitzer was passing directly over the enemy, the Russian core. Holy smokes. You don't see that every day. Like, that is such a rare experience. All right, we're having some more internet issues here with some of the teammates or the various players. So that's intense. So we have 3 players down right now. Is that true? No, 2 players down right now. Was it a howitzer or a deck gun? It was a howitzer. It was just... Did not expect... I didn't really expect it to get through, but it did get through. And it did incredible damage. I didn't expect it to do that kind of damage either. Like, you know, it was just a couple Nighthawks, which do a lot of damage, but they weren't going to penetrate through all that. It just so happened that an explosive fell down, and fell down in a very incredibly rare way that caused it to detonate in a very specific and critical location. Tell players what is and isn't okay to say. This has been an ongoing thing with certain players. This is not a new or unexpected. This is not a... We have had players banned for similar things for this. Like we're not expecting any bans or behavioral issues here, but it is inoffensive. It's not what was said on screen, which is a concern. We're not concerned about anything that you guys have seen. Nothing that has happened here. Nor the jokes and the dad jokes or the puns that are being posted. It's fine. It's not that. You needn't worry, we've got it handled. Someone need to get kicked in the shins. Yes. All of these players who can't land their shots. Oh my god. I feel the need to point out that the rearward facing cannons from the Americans' fort, the Americans' boat, still exist. They're simply being unused because there's no tier 3 portal to redirect them. The aim is the bigger issue. Yes! Oh my god. It doesn't stop missing. It just doesn't stop missing. Alas. Did the wood Nighthawk go through like 4 strips of steel? No. Nighthawks do penetrate pretty deep, but they also have a pretty heavy explosive force. So they will shred the fort by spewing its structure every which way. So it won't go through 4 struts of steel, it'll go through like a strut of steel, and then send the rest of the struts of steel off as shrapnel. Which exposes them. Exposes innards to things, but still. Alright, it looks like the players are returning. And they are back. Let's initiate cannons. Alright, so at this point, the Americans have managed to tank a frankly absurd amount of firepower. And now that the Russians have been set down to a single fort, I find it unlikely that the firepower the Russians can bring to bear is going to break the Americans. However, the Russians are now bringing Nighthawks to bear, and have been building and storing Nighthawks for a while, so there is just a very good chance that the Americans go down here to a surprise and rather well-timed airstrike from the Russians. Now, the Americans have been oppressively sniping the Russians for a while. Oh. Oh, what a way to go. Not like this. It's a self-collapse. And there's no more defenses. That's it. That's it. The Nighthawks are gonna come in. You missed! I'm face palming so hard right now. You had one job. There was literally no defenses. Zero defenses. Of all the ways to go down. Of all the ways. Oh my god. Well, it's been a wild ride. Team USA is currently sitting here with no weapons, no defenses, nothing to stop the Russians from just ending it. The exception of, the Russians have nothing, no tech or weaponry capable of breaking through return to senders. So the Americans have covered themselves in return to senders, crippling their economy. But what's Russia going to do about it right now? The answer is tech switch, because they can't do anything else. So they're working on constructing new technology options. The Russians will get to it relatively quickly. I mean, they're actually getting pretty close to fielding them already. They reacted very quickly here. Alright, first anti-return to sender weaponry is coming online now. And is being fired. Alright, great. The Americans are about to break here. They should get defenses online in time, solid defenses online. They do. That, of course, means that the Americans are now relying on expending money on defending themselves as opposed to anything else, which gives them a target that the Russians can now shoot at again. Oh my god. It is... What is even happening right now, guys? Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. Well, we've got missile launch. Again, here we should have in a second. There should be 3 of them launching, and maybe a nuke follow-up. Should probably do it. There we go. More swarm. Return to senders survive, but... Oh! The return to senders actually survive. That's a surprise to me. But it is costly. Oh no. Not again. Not again. Someone's internet is dying. And it's causing a problem. I can't. I can't. Chat, I can't anymore. Will the whole tournament be held today? No, we have one more match after this. Just one more match. Good lord. Hold up. Is it doing it again? No. 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 Don't. No! Call it a draw, I beg you. Oh, Lord have mercy. The desync has a better hit-miss ratio than either team. It's funny because it's true, and it hurts my soul. Well, you know, the funny part about this is the Russian fort is getting so big and heavy that they're reinforcing it in places because they're on the cusp of collapse. Just like the Americans were moments ago. We have another wave of missiles launching, and there's a lot of them. Surely the return descenders do not survive it this time. We have some breakage of the return descenders. Nope, they survive. Oh, the Nighthawks are out. It is possible to land this shot past, and they do. Massive damage. Please. Okay. Oh my god, they didn't miss it. They didn't miss this time. The Russians win it. Put us out of this misery. Never again, chat. Never again. I am disappointed in all of you. We're doing a rematch. Dude, don't you dare tell me this. Don't. Are they actually, though? Are they actually, though? I don't think they are actually, though. It hasn't been updated. Oh no. I'm scared. We have one more match. Well, you know, at least okay. There's no rematch. There's no rematch. It's done. We're good. Next round. We don't have to stream the rematch, right? You wouldn't do that to us, right? Right? Oh no. That was... You know, dramatic is the right word. Everyone was their own worst enemy. Everyone was their own worst enemy. The match lasted longer than the vodka supply. Yes. Wild. Wild. Unhinged. That wasn't okay. Alright, well, the next match is made and about ready to go. So we'll be jumping into it very shortly here. This one I expect will be much more satisfying. For very different reasons. That's why their aim was so bad they were sober, because the match lasted longer than the vodka supply. Oh my god. It's brutal. Dak saved my soul ended quickly. I think Team UK should be able to handle that pretty quick. We'll see how it goes. Did Dak we trust? Yes. I have much more hope for the remaining players. Alright, looks like the match is made. We'll be starting here in about 3 minutes. So if you guys want to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, now is your opportunity to do it. Nude forward to my idea, just Russia against USA, best of 17. There's not enough time in the world for that. Will I do something after this? I am gonna get food and refill my drink and go cry in a corner. Yes, we're gonna be checking out Slay the Spire. You'll join. Well, I'll just cuddle up on the couch and just recover from that experience. Remember the good old days when people hit their shots occasionally? No one will recover from this. Why not have food? I mean, I can't speak with my mouth full. Also, I do have food. It's here at within arm's reach, and it's mostly empty at this point. I need more. This game is sponsored by the Therapist Lobby. The true canons are psychological in nature. But no, I do actually need like a real few minutes break before jumping into it. So what we'll do is I'll send you guys over to the YouTube. Well, for those on YouTube, which is auto sent over to the Slay the Spires stream. For those on Twitch, we'll get a very long loading screen. All right, we are good to go. Let's do this. Team United Kingdom versus Team Doc. And we're off. Well, here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team United Kingdom playing as the Buster Commander. Bruce, Dory, and Nemo, getting set up for some extra cannonage, are playing against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red fort. It's Team Doc, Bombstander, Hanoblat, and Pliar, ready to go. They're playing as the Overdrive Commander, so we're going to get to see some high-octane activity. We've got some base lean from both of the upper forts. Upgrade centers scattered about. All the players for Team Doc have gone Upgrade Center, which is not a surprise given they are the Overdrive Commander. There it is, left-hand side. United Kingdom. Going pretty straight toward heavy weapons. 2 out of 3 of the players have taken a sidestep toward the upgrade center. All of the players for Team Doc are going directly to heavy weapons using the upgrade center as their tier 1 tech. AP snipers here to play. Ooh. Let's see how this goes. We gotta have a bit of a rush here. Look at, it's exposed! That's an exposed core. Is there a sniper follow-up? There is a sniper. It's trying. Gets a hit. Check a couple sniper rounds, not enough, but there's no more buzzsaw follow-up. Okay, so we get a little bit of damage. Bomb Stander's core goes down to 60%, but he will be able to recover that. But Team United Kingdom going off to a good start. It's worth noting that Team UK is all in on kinetics. It's all cannons all day. Starting with howitzer, we'll see what the other flavors of cannon get involved. Whereas Team Doc is mix and matched, 2 players going laser, 1 player going cannon. You know, after a brief stint of excitement, things have regressed to the normal expected for this kind of matchup, where everything just a slow, casual grinds toward mass destruction. In this case, Team United Kingdom is going mass howitzer at 2 howitzers per player, which is a lot of howitzer in total. On the other side, Doc is going for a more respectable fire beam plasma beam combination for each of the laser players, and then a standard style cannon stack. I don't know that Team Doc knows that this is mass howitzer. I'm reasonably certain they don't. They're going to get blindsided by this, and it's going to do a lot of damage. Doc is almost certainly going to lose a player here. Their only saving grace is that the howitzers are slower to come online than the lasers. The lasers are online and we'll be able to fire first. Maybe they'll be able to do something about it? We'll see here in a moment when these lasers start firing. Oh, that's a beautiful angle. Oh, the core is vulnerable and he misses. Oh, the shots are just misaligned. Everything is vulnerable there and you just don't make the hit. And now the howitzer's gonna fire back. Commander active ability. Oh, it's gonna do so much damage, guys. It's gonna do so much damage. We have another core hit. Oh, but they miss! And the howitzers don't quite land. The howitzers don't land the killing blow, but the damage is extreme. Bomb Stander from the Doc team has been absolutely gutted, and he's being targeted once again. Those howitzers look much better aimed. Directly to the core. This one looks lethal. Yep, that does it. And he's gone. Okay, well, Team Doc has immediately developed walls of anti-air, and I'm not sure it's enough. But the howitzers are retargeting. Surely they're going to go for the middle fort next. They're just going to pick another target and remove them. That's 6 howitzers. Doc needs to bring their cannons online right now, and they are. The machine guns, the anti-air is enough to shut the howitzers down. Completely. Okay. That did it. Now, will Doc be able to reply in kind? They have cannons online, they have fire beam, plasma beam, and Nemo's position there is vulnerable, and he goes down, and he loses everything. There's nothing survives that, not even the eco. Which is not a surprise. The howitzers, when they explode, they deal a lot of damage, and those howitzers were not in a safe location. Here come the cannons. Okay, at this point, the United Kingdom needs to do something about Doc's anti-air before they can get those cannons, howitzers firing again. They did build a shotgun, and a shotgun did do some work. Will it be enough is the question. I don't think so. I really don't think so. No. No, it's not close. Off of an incredibly powerful first start here. Oh! Just clean blow through. United Kingdom loses a stack of howitzers. United Kingdom's been entirely defanged here. Like, the howitzers are not making it across at all. There's just nothing stopping Team Doc from just firing indiscriminately. I think they've all but done it. Like, Team United Kingdom still has income. They still have money. Like, they're still okay. But momentum and game state has gone hard into Team Doc's favor. You can tell when there's a player who has been eliminated because the snipers become a problem. They just become an unmitigated disaster for the opponents. Oh dear. Here come the cannons. They're hitting hard, but they haven't broken through yet. The snipers are just violating the other team. Team Doc does not have the ability to compete in the sniper dueling. They're just not on that level. United Kingdom's just bullying the anti-air. But United Kingdom doesn't have any weapons with which to fire back. They're trying to tech switch into lasers, which I think isn't a bad call. I would rather see cannons here, but oh, that cuts so deep. The upper core is exposed, and Team Doc has mortars coming online here in a moment. There's nothing stopping another volley of lasers from just finishing that off. Oh, the mortar's fired. Did they actually land this? No, that's a swing and a miss. The howitzers are punching in. Oh. Cannons are punching deep. Wow. Touch the core again. Team United Kingdom is just hanging on for dear life. So at this point, Team United Kingdom is doing everything they can to just survive and try to tech switch into more consistent weapons, things like lasers or cannons. In this case, they've decided to go for lasers, it would seem. Oh my, that was almost the end for Team United Kingdoms. Oh dear. Disrespect mortars? No, mortars are not disrespectful. Like, you gotta use them. Mortars are a real threat, and you have to respect them. Are you just missing the mortars now? Just missing the mortars now. Okay. The nukes are ready to... The nukes are being fired? Or at least the nuke is being fired. Singular. It's a lot of damage. The swarm missiles do more damage by virtue of hunting the turbines, which is a very classic swarm missile thing to do. Their favorite food sources. Oh! And it does it. The core is exposed. There's no more defenses around United Kingdom's base. And you missed with the shotgun. They're attempting to reconstruct here, but it's at 85% and dropping. It's burning. They're at 0 income. They're at 0 metal reserves, which means no more swift reconstruction. They're out of money for repairs. They have to wait to get more income in. Oh, there goes the income source. The mines are gone. United Kingdom no longer has... Okay, so at this point, I'm reasonably certain the best thing they could do is eject their lowermost core. Don't try to repair it. They need to get the technology... Actually, wait a minute. The technology in the upper core completed. They don't need to eject. I misinterpreted that. They're still okay. They just need to die slowly and get weapons on the board. And hope for a door snipe. Oh, upper fort's floating so many resources. They need more storages. They can't build a laser without more storages. And there goes the lower core. There can't be much. Oh my lord. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is victory for Team Doc. Well, I hope you guys have had a wonderful experience here, because that is the first half of the BOG Worlds 3v3 Co-op-on-Death tournament. It has been a great time, and I am looking forward to seeing the rest of it. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to be doing is we're going to be winding down this stream here. We'll have to check out Slay the Spire another day, because I do need to get some video editing done tonight. So make sure to check back later. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we got more content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week. And we'll have the other half of this tournament starting up next week. It'll be Saturday, same time, so make sure to check back here so you don't miss it. Because, well, the good teams are moving on, and we've got even more matches for you guys to check out. So I will see you guys there. Have a good one, everyone.